Allah. Okay. For the well-known man.
Sempat.
So, dear friends, Gupta sir, are you there? Or anyone from DD? Nivedita madam?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Praveen ji.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, good morning. So, we'll start soon.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, good morning. If all of you would open your video, I will be happy to see all of you because it's the first class. So, yes, Afrin Anwar, good morning. So, we'll formally start the session. The topic which has been assigned to me by the Director of Distance Education, Pondicherry University, is research methodology. And you are all doing MBA. Which MBA you are doing? MBA HR or MBA Finance?
MBA HRs.
Excellent. So, primarily the
MBA
purpose of
General, sir.
studying this particular paper, reading this paper, is to understand human behavior, organization culture and behavior, and decision of the organization largely depends on largely depends on the findings of research, and a manager or a leader of the organization can be in a position to take corrective decision when the data will be on the hand. And this is the era for data analysis, data interpretation, data management, data mining. So the whole world, the whole business in the worldwide, primarily and largely controlled and determined by data. And you can get, I'm not talking about primary data and secondary data. Data here explains about the results. So this background, let me tell you, research is the process of understanding a behavior, analyzing the behavior, interpreting the behavior correctly, and it is a process of revealing hidden truth, and it is a process of understanding underlying problems of the organizations. So this background, because you are all student of MBA, all business decisions largely rely on authentic, unbiased, and data without having any prejudice. Then you will be able to take a decision whether to increase the manpower of the organization or to downsize the manpower of the organization, or to go for promoting employees or go for replacing employees, go for job specification, job identifications, training identification, performance appraisal, etc. So therefore, what I mean to say all of you is, we try to understand manpower planning, because all of you, when you complete your MBA in human resource, and many of you would prefer to have the career in HR, you may find a career in HR consultancy, HR manager, assistant HR manager, etc. But largely, we may be able to know, and at the same time, you need to have research acumen, research skill, research competency. When you know the research methods, why there is a need for research methods? Because the decision, Prasanna, are you going to ask any questions? Mr. Prasanna? Mr. Prasanna, you have raised the hand?
No, I just logged in.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Okay, good one. Okay. So I thought you have something to ask. No. So therefore you need to.
Sir, your PPT is not visible, sir.
No, I'm going to show the PPT. Please wait. I'm going to show the PPT. This is just my background talk. Then I'll start showing the PPT. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Primarily, just a minute. Primarily, madam, ମୁଁ class ନଉଛି ସେ ପାଇଁ ଫୋନ କରିଥିଲି ନା ମୁଁ ଅନ୍ କରିସାରିଲିଣି ନା ମୋ ପିପିଟି ଟା ପ୍ରଥମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ କହୁଥିଲି ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଅନଲାଇନ ଇଏ କରିଦେଇଛି ହେଲା ହଉ so dear friends,
Excuse me, sir.
Is it visible?
So it is visible, but sir, unlike previous classes, this class is not going record. So is it any technical problem or?
No, that
because every class.
I know, Krishna Kamji, because I don't know. Maybe there must be a control from the uh, distance education, how to record it, because I don't know how to record it. They must be doing it. Don't worry about that.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
They
sir.
must be
Thank you.
doing. They have a because this is when you are joining. There must be mechanism to record it. Okay. So let me
Okay, sir.
start.
Okay, sir.
You see,
Yes.
primarily we are all social science students, and our primary objective is to understand different objects, different phenomena. Anything which comes before our eyes or falls in front of our eyes, sometimes we never apply our mind, sometimes we ignore it, sometimes we try to overlook it. But let me tell you, those who they look it very minutely, seriously, then they understand why it happens, or why it has happened, why it is happening. When something comes to your mind, why and how, perhaps your mind is becoming, your mind is getting trained to know the reason of the phenomena, the reason of the existence of the object. If somebody would ask me a question, why the sun rises in the east, why the sun sets in the west, if somebody will ask a question, why water flows from top to bottom, because these are the dharmas, these are the principles, fundamental principles, and these principles govern, influence the phenomena or the behavior. Let me give a, because these are the some of the examples which must be visible in front of you, and majority of you have the working experience, majority of you must be working in the corporates, and on a daily basis you must be coming across several problems, conflicts, contradictions, disagreements between your between you and your colleagues, among your colleagues, among between you and your management, between you and your customers. So if everything is acceptable, appreciated, perhaps there is no need for a research. There need not require any research. We need to analyze and investigate the origin of existence of the particular object. If somebody will ask you a question, why a particular bird sits on the branch of a tree? Why does a tree stand tall in the mountain areas? The question somebody local person may ask, that the trees are taller in the mountainous regions or hilly regions because they want to get the sunlight. So each tree tries to be taller, competing another to get maximum sunlight. Because this is the visible region, or this is a known region, known to all of us. There are certain regions which are not known to us or known to anyone. There may be the region of the quality of the soil, there may be region of sufficient water, there must be region of climate, and there must be region of the other ecosystems, the other species in the ecosystem which contribute to a particular tree to become taller, or the manure, etc., etc. But mostly, I don't know how many of you have observed, crow drinking water from a pot. A small story, a small kid reads about it, and a particular crow who makes an attempt to increase the level of the water, to increase the level of the water by dropping the pebbles. So by dropping the pebbles, the idea is it audible? Are you able to hear me? Anybody can respond?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Yeah. I have used the earphone.
Yes, sir.
So this is a small story which all of us must have experienced, must have read, or must have shared the story. Because how does a crow struggle to fetch the water from the bottom of an earthen-made pot? Because when the beak of the crow does not reach the bottom of the pot to drink the water, and a small species, a small bird, tries to explore different possibilities of increasing the level of water. So crows tries to collect pebbles in the beak and starts dropping one after another so that the water level increases. The crow could be able to drink the water to quench the thirst. This is a small phenomenon, small object. And when we fail to do anything, we try to find how it can be done. Is there any only one way, or are there many ways? If there are many ways of doing it, are they feasible to do it, or are they not feasible to do it? If they are feasible to do it, certainly as a manager, you must try to explore. You must try the possible way of using the methods or technique to handle the issue. Second such example where the concept of research starts. Digging tunnel for villagers in China. There was a farmer who used to cross a small hillock daily to go to another end of the hillock, down foothill, to sell his farm produces to the buyers. And to cross the hillock, the farmer used to take 4 times time than the time taken for selling the vegetables or produces. A small farmer who might not be educated, might not be so learned, but something disturbed him very deeply, and he started thinking deeply. Is it possible to find a tunnel in the hillock so that it is not me that I can reach the other end of the hillock conveniently, easily, in no time, less time? My fellow villagers can be able to do that. So when you try to do the research, you require a courage, conviction. You require determination, commitment. Yes, If I start identifying the problem, if I start understanding the problem, if I start analyzing the problem, then I would see to that I would reach the end of the research. The farmer identified the problem. The problem is to cross the hillock from his own villages to the market. Climbing and crossing a particular hillock on a daily basis, and then he gathered confidence, and he generated confidence in him. I can do it. So when you get determination in your mind, this particular study can be conducted on my own, and research is all about the time. If a particular phenomena is not studied in a specific time, then there is no point of doing the research. Even the output of the research will not be useful. The output of the research will not be useful at all, because the research project is granted to a scientist, social scientist, management scientist, economist, psychologist, sociologist. The very basic purpose is to complete the research within the time limit, time period, so that suggested items in the research report can be used constructively, correctively. Managerial decisions, policy implications can be done, so that the problem being confronted by an organization or by a country, by the society, can be addressed too. If there is a delay, then perhaps the suggested items or suggestions made in the research report will not be relevant, will not be useful, because the nature of the problem will change. It requires another type of research. If I give the example of COVID-19, novel coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic, because how different countries, mostly developed countries, I must appreciate our country took lead or played a lead role in manufacturing vaccines. And the vaccine could save millions and millions of lives. And the country plunged into action. And the government left all agenda behind and went ahead with the agenda of manufacturing the vaccines. Then vaccine manufacturers, whether in India, China, USA, Russia, UK, France, Germany, any developed country you talk about. Then scientists, in no time, concentrated on understanding the nature of the virus and evolved very reliable, bankable, and feasible vaccine, affordable. If you produce a product which is not affordable, which can be used by certain section of the people, then what is the point of investing crores of rupees to manufacture a product? So this is the best example of completing the research, producing the output or product, in a record time, so that the product could become useful for the people, and it was a life-saving vaccines. So all of you would understand what is the need for a research and why research is required to be conducted within the time limit, and the period of research is always defined in the beginning. When you submit a research report, a proposal to funding agency, there will be a section of writing plan of research, how the piece of research will be conducted, first 3 months, next 3 months, quarterly progress. Sometimes if the period of research is 1 year, then monthly progress. If the period of research 6 months, no, it is weekly progress. And if you take the example of the vaccines, no, on a daily basis, if the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi himself, monitored the progress of developing the vaccines. So therefore, when a piece of research cannot be done by a single person or single individual, single researcher, individual researcher, so there they go for collective efforts. A group of researchers join together, they use their wisdoms, research experiences to complete the research work. I hope this example would be very useful to all of you. The third such example, victory of non-violence in India's freedom movement. Dear friends, as all of you know, India achieved independence in 1947, 15th of August, by virtue of doing freedom movement, and we fought with the British forces, colonial power, for over 190 years. But prior to the joining of the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, perhaps India was not united. India could become united the moment Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi came to India after relinquishing his lucrative barrister profession. He came to India and joined the freedom movement. He used two important tools, weapons. One is called non-violence, because all of you must be knowing about Sipahi Mutiny, 1857. And certainly that was the first war of independence, freedom movement of India. But that was the way of violence, way of destroying establishment structures and bloodsheds that could not get any results of achieving independence. So Mahatma Gandhi evolved the method of doing freedom movement, I must say, for about 30 years. He came prior to independence, prior to First World War, 1912 and 13, after he got insulted in South Africa, and 1942, the last freedom movement. We call it a Quit India movement. So, in between, Mahatma Gandhi went for non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, and Second World War also began 1939 to 1945. And USA dropped 2 bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. And all those events made Mahatma Gandhi stronger, freedom fighters stronger. And finally, British understood that they would no longer continue to rule India, and they handed over the power to India. Or you may say they transferred the governance to India. Only one word Mahatma Gandhi used: non-violence. So is it not the research? Certainly. Second is success story of Big Bazaar. And as all of you know, Kishore Biyani started the concept of Big Bazaar.
இது ஓகேனா நீ இண்டெக்ஸ் கார்டு மட்டும் வச்சுக்கோ. அப்புறம் இதே மாதிரி ஒன்று நான் வேற லைனுக்கு பண்ணி கொடுக்குறேன். இப்போ லைன் மீதி ப்ரோச்சிங் டெக்னிக் மட்டும் தானே, அதுக்கு நான் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறேன், தனியாக பண்ணி கொடுக்குறேன்.
AP Enterprises, please mute your mic.
நீட்டாக வச்சிங்கன்னா எந்த எதுவும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, எதுக்காக வச்சுக்கலாம். இங்கே வச்சுருவா இல்லை, எங்கே வைக்கணும் நீங்கள் வைக்க சொல்கிறாங்க வச்சு தரேன். நீட்டாக வச்சுருந்தேன், அவ்வளோதான். எங்கே வைக்க சொல்கிறேன் வச்சு தரேன்.
Hello.
Please mute the mic. AP Enterprises.
Hello, students. Please mute your mic. Hello.
Vijay, I'll call you. I'm in the class. I'll call you. Just please wait.
Sir, you can mute them, sir.
No, I have muted, but it is not. So, anybody can help me. You can, if you mute.
Sir, if you are admin, then you can mute them, sir.
I'm not in the admin, I think. So, admin.
It is now muted, sir.
Anyway, no problem. We'll go ahead. Dear friends, let me present you another research endeavor of Big Bazaar established by Kishore Biyani, certainly which has been taken over by Reliance in the name of Smart Bazaar. But Kishore Biyani, who brought a huge revolution in India by creating a super bazaar, and brought buyers to a place, not alone with a family, so that they can stay longer. They would not only buy their household items, they can also sit there and have the experience of different cuisines. And when they stay longer, they start consuming many products and start spending. The idea of the Big Bazaar is not only to create a wonderful platform or a space for new experience, because people used to go to traditional bazaar and they used to shoulders, and ultimately a buyer would leave the market with very bitter experience. And when the economy started growing, the purchasing power of the people started increasing, and people started having different choices. Then that was the right time of Kishore Biyani entering into the Big Bazaar concept, and under the one roof, the buyer would be able to get all of his needs or all of her needs. And it was a weekend destination for the urbanites to take the children to go to the movie, to play, and it is not only a market, it is also an entertainment center, information center, and whiling away the time there. So I must relate this success story of Big Bazaar by Kishore Biani, and this success story happened out of the research done by Big Bazaar founder Kishore Biani. And all of you must be knowing about Reliance, which invested initially 25,000 crores about 15 years ago in the retail sector. And today, the retail sector is a key determinant of our economy. Secondly, the innovations of Tata. Tata has innovated many things. They have innovated for the new customers, new market. You will start talking about Tata Nano, Tata Telecommunication, Tata Automobiles, Tata Power, Tata Steel. Because Tata brought the revolution of establishing the steel industry, steel plant in Jamshedpur, in the name of the founder, Jamshedji Tata. It was the first private company which established steel plant in Jamshedpur of Jharkhand, because India had huge deposit of iron ores and other natural resources, raw materials. So Tata started getting technology to manufacture the steel. And the success story of the Tata Nano by Ratan Tata, because it is not the product to be produced for those who can afford it. Then the Tata realized there are dreams of the people who want to own a car, use the car, drive the car, travel in the car, and take the status of owning a car. And can it be designed in such a way that the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid can buy it, can own it, and they made it. That is called Tata Nano. It happened out of research. And all of you know about the innovations in the electronic sector, telecommunication sector, fashion technology sector. All right, innovation is very fast, because today's innovation will be tomorrow's outdated ideas. The idea which gets germinated today will become obsolete tomorrow. This is the way a competitor dominates another competitor with the new ideas. That is called disruptions, innovative disruptions, and common ownership of Infosys. Why I'm trying to tell this thing? Because all of you know, like Tata, we call the IT Tata in IT, because they brought the idea of allowing the employees of the company to buy the share, Infosys share. The basic fundamental principle is not to encourage them to buy the share for getting appreciation of their money, but to generate a kind of ownership in them that Infosys is ours. So when they develop the ownership of Infosys, the company where they have invested, then they would work like an owner, not like an employee. That was the idea that Naran Murthy, Nandan Nilekani, and other co-founders of Infosys brought in. And it's a success story. Second, all of you must be knowing about cricket, because my idea of giving different examples of different walks of the life, different fields of the subjects. And some of you might not have known this one black batsman, Virendra Sehwag. Some of you might not be knowing about Krishnamachari Srikanth. Krishnamachari Srikanth is from Chennai, Virendra Sehwag is from Delhi. I remember after 1987 Reliance World Cup, during that time I was doing my 10+2. I was in a college and I was a passionate cricket match lover. I used to watch cricket match that time. I did not miss a single match of cricket. And India was supposed to win the World Cup. India lost in the semi-final in Mumbai, and Australia won the Reliance World Cup. And immediately after the Reliance World Cup, then West Indies, there were one-days and test series with West Indies in India. It was winter, I remember, maybe December or January of 1987 and 88. There was a bowler called Patrick Patterson. When Patrick Patterson started bowling, it was a test match, and no batsman, including Sunil Gavaskar and Krishnamachari Srikanth, they were the openers. They used to open the battings from Indian side, Indian team side, and all the batsmen were out. Many of them were out with 0, knockout. Then in the next match, I also watched. There was a miserable performance, and all the batsmen of India could not face the bowling of West Indies. Very fearful bowling. Then the third match, Krishnamachari Srikanth started evolving an alternative way of handling the balls. And he steered in such a way that the ball will go over the galley, so that the players, those who are posted in the galley, would not catch the ball. It will go over them, over their heads, and go to the boundary. And is it not the research? And similarly, Virendra Sehwag, all of you know, Krishnamachari Srikanth started, and Virendra Sehwag gained mastery on that. Out of 10 shots, Krishnamachari Srikanth could be successful in 1 or 2 or 3, but he initiated it. That this is the way we can make scores. This is the way we can dominate bowlers. And this is the way we can save our wickets. And this is the way we can make our counterparts weak. And the bowlers all of a sudden could not understand how to have another type of bowling to make them out. But after several years, Virendra Sehwag was a very vibrant, batsman who could gain mastery. The next example is called from Jansangh to BJP. It's a political example. All of you know, after the independence, because apart from the Communist Party and the Congress Party, a new political party was formed in India, namely Johnson by Sam Prasad Mukherjee, the founder of the Johnson, or you may say founder of the present Bharatiya Janata Party. And Johnson was not acceptable. And over 50 years, you may say, Atal Bihari Vajpayee could become the Prime Minister, being a member of Johnson, one of the members of Johnson. And you never expect research to be done, or you may never expect you may get a result in one time. Sometimes we go for longitudinal research. So, from Mahatma Gandhi to Arvind Kejriwal, all of you about know it, because Mahatma Gandhi started non-violence. Arvind Kejriwal used the people and people issue and emerged as a political leader and became the chief minister of Delhi. And last example is called success story of the movie, namely Maine Pyar Kiya. This is a movie which has a box office hit, and if you ask a movie watcher, they would certainly say they must have seen multiple times. So it was an entertaining movie, and got a huge success. So these all the examples, around 10 examples. The idea of giving these examples to all of you is to explain to you how important is research and how does research make difference in our decision, and why a company needs investment on research, like doing branding, doing marketing, supply chain, etc. Company has to have research. You take example Nestle or Palmolive, any big companies you talk about, they do huge research and they invest on that. Sometimes they may not get the output. The investment goes in vain, goes without getting any results. Sometimes they get such a result, whatever the loss they incur by investing in research will be recovered multiple times. So therefore, friends, because you are all business management graduates, and we expect all of you to be in a mind of searching, to be in a mind of investigating, and to be in a mind of understanding a particular phenomena and analyzing them and coming to the conclusion so that you will be able to take a decision. And if any decision taken haphazardly, hurriedly, without backing of or support of research findings, research suggestions, I am sure the decision will be wrong. The organization will lose competitive advantage. Organization will incur heavy losses. So therefore, research is very, very important. Now, I'll take you to the research processes. Just a minute, I'll show the slides. Are you able to see the slide? Anybody can respond? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Now you have any things to ask before I go further? I will clarify. Maybe for 5-10 minutes we can have interactions. Anybody has any questions, or if you want to add anything to the discussions, you are welcome. Because any one of you can present a problem that you face in your business, and I can help you. So how to overcome the problems by doing the research.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, this research methodology course, is it also helpful for PhD entrance, similar things? Because
No, it may not
it
help
also
you
has
in
a
a
section.
PhD entrance, because generally in the PhD entrance, you will get the questions uh, from the subjects. For example, if you are going to write for a PhD in sociology, there will be questions on sociology. There will be no questions from research methods. Certainly, questions will be there on research problems. Am I right? So there must not be any questions on research methods.
Okay.
Have I answered your questions?
Yes, sir. But sir, the first paper research analysis or the teaching techniques, there is some questions from research methodology. So is
Is the
it not
PhD entrance? No,
relatable?
PhD coursework or PhD entrance?
Say entrance, sir.
Okay, that may be there recently by NTA, no, National Testing Agency.
Yes, sir.
It will be there. It will be there. It is there. Yes, yes, you are correct. It is there.
So will this course also help in getting
Yes,
that
yes,
through, sir?
yes. You must have received the course material of distance education.
Yes, sir. Receipt, sir.
You please read them. And
Okay, sir.
no, it is very. This has been presented in a very capsule form and in a
Okay.
very simple language. So you can easily understand.
Okay, sir. And sir, will this slide that you are presenting, can it be available to us, sir?
That I'll check with our distance education. If they permit, I can share. All right.
Okay, sir.
Because it is not
Okay,
my
sir.
class. Because generally I can share. So
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Shivani.
Yes, sir. So I was wondering if in case like nowadays we see a lot of startups coming up. So in case someone plans on doing a startup, so what type of research would they should they be doing, sir, in case to start it up?
See, Shivani, there are two types of research which I'm going to present you. One we call the qualitative research, another is called the quantitative research.
Yes, sir.
So, because startup is nothing but is an idea, business, uh, you know, plan.
Yes,
But
sir.
the question is that the idea would never come to you without knowing the market.
Yes,
Any
sir.
product is produced, it must be sold in the market. There must be a market for that.
Correct.
So, in order to understand the market, there must be research.
Yes, sir.
So no product is produced without understanding the demand of the market or buying behavior of the market. So therefore,
Yes.
they do extensive research study on the market. Accordingly, they design the product and produce the product. No
So when you
product.
say extensive study on the market or the clientele group which we're focusing,
Yes,
so what
yes,
exactly will be looking into that? So let us say, so someone like now we have so many hotels in India and many growing.
yeah,
So in case someone ever wants to build a new hotel in a certain place, so what type of research into the clientele would they be required to do, sir?
yes. Because let me tell you about the hotel industry. What is the uh, basic fundamental of business of hotel industry is to increase the occupancy
Service,
rate of the
provide
hotel.
service.
Occupancy rate.
Yes, sir. Correct.
How can the sale of the room be become more? How the footfalls of the guest would be more in the hotel? All
Correct,
right.
sir.
So because you go for market segmentation, is the hotel a business hotel or a star hotel or a resort or what? If your hotel is a conventional hotel like a 5 star, 2 star, 3 star, so you may not target to the customer who prefer to stay in 5 star hotel. So therefore, you design the hotel for a specific customers. So what they need, you have to keep in the hotel. So that one second challenge, if you want to make your client your guest stay longer in a hotel, no, you need to create facilities and amenities and activities, and otherwise people will not feel to stay there longer.
Yes, sir.
So these are the things you cannot take a decision though answers are known to you. But what is required is you need to administer the questionnaires to the guests, those who are coming to the hotel, is just to understand their satisfaction level. There are different type of questions. I'll tell you: nominal type of questions, ordinal type of questions, interval type of questions, ratio type of questions. There is a slide on that. I'll show you.
Yes, sir.
So now let us move on. Uh, Let me tell you the research processes. I have indirectly explained you research processes uh, while giving you the example of crow fetching water. Kishore Biyani started Big Bazaar. Mahatma Gandhi entered into freedom movement of India. Tata doing innovations. Infosys having common uh, ownership. The whole idea is they all become successful by using the research results. Perhaps had they not used the research results, they could not have become successful. Research is not that we have to write a report to take a decisions. Mahatma Gandhi did not write any report or did not give any questionnaire to anyone. So there are different type of research. So he must have observed. He's traveled all across the country, and he traveled many parts of the countries by foot, and he understood the pulse of the people. He understood the culture, society, political dynamics, social dynamics, economic dynamics of the country. Then he said the barrister attire and adopted the attire of the common people. So he understood it. If I go and meet the people with my barrister dress, people will not accept me. People would find me a rich person, would find me as a wealthy person, may not be accepted. People will have afraid of coming to me. So he started wearing loin cloths with a small scarf and without using even any other clothes, you could withstand the cold climate and hot climate across the country. So what I'm trying to do, almost 40 years, 30, let me tell you, almost 35, 36 years. So what I'm trying to tell you, this is all about the research processes. So let me explain you. As I explained to you earlier, when you start doing any research, you must go for research problems. You would take the example of a company. Sibani asked a question about the hotel industry or hospitality industry. So if you take the HR issues with the hospitality industry, it is called attrition. High rate of attrition in hospitality and hotel sector. Employees leave hotel organizations in a very short period of time. We hardly see employees continuing for longer period of time in the present hospitality business sectors, except ITC, Taj, Oberoi, etc. Big hotels, corporate hotels, or international chain of hotels. Apart from that, when you try to see employees in a small hotels, hotels, standalone hotels, there is an HR issue. Employees, they leave the organizations in a short period of time. This is a fundamental problem of doing hotel business or running hotel or getting a right safe. This is a challenge. So that is one of the problems. Second problem is because you are all HR manager. Second is there is a gap between management and employee. As employees are leaving the organizations in a short period of time, the management does not want to invest on the training and development. And they consider there is no point of spending on them because even after giving them training, they will not stay long. So this is a problem in the HR sector. Second, and that is why how can an HR manager prepare HR planning? Very difficult. So HR planning cannot be done. So when there is a frequent attritions, that's the biggest problem. So if anybody can conduct a research on rate of attrition, which is very high, abnormal in the hotel sector, then you try to know what are the underlying reasons, unknown reasons, and you may try to investigate the reasons. And in order to investigate the reasons, you have to have scientific methods. You may go for qualitative approaches or you may go for quantitative approaches. So therefore, you have to go for research design. You may go for explorative research in the sense, you may start understanding, you may start understanding. So you may start understanding the reason of the problem. Is it the only problem here? What is the historical problems of this? How long this problem has been continuing? Is it the problem happening in India or in the particular state or destination, or is it a universal problem? If it is a universal problem, then you try to read about periodicals, news articles, papers, and reports prepared by different agencies on attrition. So once you start reading it and knowing about the fundamentals problems, that is called exploration. You try to explore without knowing where to go. But as you explore, so you get more information, pertinent information with regard to article. Then you may go for data collection, because that is called descriptive and causal, and you try to describe the problem. Then you go for cause and effect. Then you can go for cause and effect relationship. Cause and effect relationship means maybe the cause is the less salary, less scope for promotion or career enhancement, and effect is employees are leaving. Okay. So in order to, because somehow by using your own wisdom, own experience as HR manager, you could visualize the problem, or you could understand the nature of the problem, depth of the problem, magnitude of the problem. But whether this is it a problem, as I told you, universal, you need to validate the problem, you need to find a reliable data. What is the reliability of the data? So there are two different ways of collecting data, because answer is not with you. So you need to go to the respondents, and respondents can answer correctly through your questionnaire. So primary data and secondary data. Primary data is collected for the purpose for which the questionnaire is designed. For example, if you are doing a research on attrition in a hotel sector, so you design a specific questionnaire or research instrument, and you try to administer it, and the data to be collected will be used for the purpose of attrition. And whereas the secondary data, which is collected from reports, periodicals, government official files, etc., which were collected for different purposes, not the purpose for which you are doing research. So therefore,
Excuse me, sir. There's a noise coming from somewhere.
okay.
Nivedita.
Let me see.
Sir, there's a noise coming from somewhere. Nivedita.
Nivedita, Panigrahi. Nivedita. Nivedita, please mute your mic. Nivedita.
You can mute it from your login.
Is it muted? No, actually.
So from your login or the host can mute your
Nivedita, can anybody mute it?
Sir, you can mute it from your login. Otherwise, you can all
I'm trying. It is muted, showing that the voice is coming.
I know, madam. I know that
Muted?
Yes, sir.
So I'll change the scripts. Okay, so are you able to see the slide? Who has joined? Nivedita has
Yes,
joined,
sir.
I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Then after the data collection by using primary data or secondary data, because you see, um, all research are related to primary data in management, because you are all management students. You not only use your secondary data but you use primary data. But most of the time we use the primary data more extensively than the secondary data. Second data would not be available. So therefore we largely depend on the primary data. Secondly, we go for a questionnaire designing, because to capture the data, primary data, we need to design the questionnaire. And that I have an exclusive class, a session on how to design questionnaire. I'll explain you how to design questionnaire. I'll take 1 hour to explain you uh, different type of scales and different types of questions. How can you be able to select right words, right sentences? We will take a particular research problem and we try to prepare relevant questions. And questionnaire is nothing but is a tool to capture data. So you cannot capture data without a particular tool. And that questionnaire is not a mere tool, it is a tool tested by using reliability statistics. Or sometimes questionnaire, the used questionnaire or tested questionnaires are readily available, and the questionnaires are there for all kinds of research. If you want to do research on history, political science, psychology, humanities, management, questionnaires are ready. But what you need to do, questionnaires are required to be redesigned, remodified, and new questions can replace the existing questions. But the structure, mostly the scale, will be intact. So therefore, then we'll go for sample design, because whom are you are going to administer the questionnaire. Are you going to administer the questionnaire to a particular age group of respondents, a particular income group of respondents, or you are going to administer the questionnaire only to the female respondents or male respondents, or you are going to administer only the questionnaire to those who live in urban areas, not rural areas? So the universe is very vast. So if you take the example of hotel sector, so your universe will be India, your universe will be Puducherry, universe will be Tamil Nadu. Then how many hotels you are going to select? Your study is going to include only 5-star hotel or all categories of hotels, or you are going to use secondary hotels or primary hotels? That is required to be defined and explained properly in a research methodology section. That is called research frame, research design, research selections. And as far as sampling size is concerned, because there are different samples, we call the probability sampling, non-probability sampling. For probability sampling, Sudipta, are you okay? My voice is okay now? Sudipta? Murganandan?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. But Sudipta, just put the message about the low voice, feeble voice. Is it clear, Sudipta? Okay. Just a minute. Yeah. Then you go for types of research designs. We call the exploratory, research to gain ideas and insights. As I have already explained you may read newspapers, you may read reports, you may read research papers, newspaper articles, and investigative reports. Mostly, if you go to business line, economic times, business standards, and other business newspapers. So you come to know about the analysis interpretations of research problems on which you are doing research. Second is explorative, then it's called descriptive. On to descriptive research. Descriptive research is all about to obtain summary measures to address research questions. That means there must be research objectives. Research objective must be defined. Research objectives, research hypothesis, then scope of the research, nature of the research, importance of the research, all would come under descriptive research. So when you go for a descriptive research, you need to know about their age, gender, marital status, income, household, family size, profession, occupation, and other demographic data, so that it will be helpful to you to divide the respondent into different groups and try to classify the data by using age as an indicator, gender as an indicator, income as an indicator, occupation as an indicator. So next one is called causal research, cause and effect result. As I told you, how can managerial decisions be connected to market outcome? How do people react to a newspaper's topic selections and space allocations? Am I right? You may say independent variable and dependent variable. As far as independent variable is concerned, independent variable is independent in a sense to influence the dependent variable. Because if you start knowing about the reason of attrition, because attrition is independent, and it gives a effects on the manpower planning or manpower inventory, because it affects seriously manpower planning and manpower inventory. An HR manager will face difficulty and will experience bottlenecks, shortcomings, hindrances continuously to plan for recruitment, selection, recruitment, etc. So then we may go for topics of research. Whether you go for a descriptive research, designing, conducting descriptive research, self-report data collection method, questionnaires, interviews that I have told you. So we may go for example of the descriptive research. There are 2 columns and there are 6 questions. Under the decision problem, there are 3 questions. Under the research question, there are 3 questions. So, how should a new product be distributed? If you take the example, question, what should be the target market? How should our product be changed? If you are a manager of a company in charge of distribution, then a question to come to you, how should a new product be distributed? When a new product is developed or produced, it is produced not to be kept in the warehouse. After the production, within no time, it should reach the market through distributors. Delay of product to be reached in the market is a loss, direct loss to the company. So therefore, how a manager can take quick decision so that there will be no delay in distribution of products. And then the manager will try to investigate what are the reasons for which the delay of distribution, or how can the distribution can be faster, how the distribution can be accelerated, expedited. If the distribution will be accelerated or will be expedited, then the product can reach the marketplace and consumers will buy it. The company will get the revenue through the sale of the products. How can it be faster? Then if there is a problem of supply chain or distribution channel, it needs research. Because the problem is delay in reaching the product at the marketplace. What are the causes of delay? And why does the delay happen? How does it happen? Why does it happen? How long it has been happening? You need to investigate and review to understand that is the problem controllable or is the problem not controllable. If the problem is not controllable, then you may need different treatment of that. You may need different treatment of that. That is one. If you take the example of marketing, because all of you know the decision of the company to identify the right market to position the product or to place the product largely depends on the research, market research. Largely depends on the market research. The question is, what should be the target segment? Who should be the target buyers? Because target buyers should be defined. Target buyers should be identified. Target buyers should be specified. If they are not specified, they are not identified, they are not segmented, then the right market cannot be identified, the product will not have clarity. Who are going to buy the product? And for whom the product is designed and developed. So as a researcher, market researcher, you need to understand target segment. For example, you take the example HR issue, you are going to hire manpower. So you have to have a target institutions. Because when 20 to 30% of employee they quit the job or they discontinue the job or they leave the job for getting another job. So 30 to 40% of the vacancy will arise every year or every 6 months, for which HR must be ready with a new personnel or HR, new or with the pressers, so that gap will not be felt and the absence of not the employee will not be realized, so that the production process will not get affected. So if you try to target which segment of the employees are leaving job early, why they are quitting, how they are quitting, then you try to address this particular problem by developing an alternative HR planning that would help you to address the gap of the absence of the employee. Then as HR manager, things are visible, problems are clear, but you may not be able to take a decision unless until you try to know the reasons of the attrition. So therefore, you need to target the institutions where you are going to recruit the freshers or students, and whom we are going to recruit, and what type of interview shall be conducted, how the right talent can be picked up, how can they be motivated, how can they be retained for a long time. The last example, the manager grumbles, manager gets confusions of not able to take a decisions, because how should our product be changed? Very big question. Because changing a product product design, product label, etc. It is not a child play. So what you need to do, you need to collect data of post-purchase, post-consumption behavior from those customers, consumers who consumed the product, and they could or they would rightly answer the questions, share their feelings, emotions, opinions, etc. Accordingly, the product design, product label, product quality, quantity, everything will be changed. Then if you try to convert the research problem into research question, where do people now buy similar product? Where do people now buy similar product? We need to know where the similar products are sold. Who are they to buy the products? We need to identify. And what kinds of people buy the product and who buys our brand? That need to we know. Now, in the world of digital or automated governance system, we can take a decision on the basis of the real-time data. Big bazaars or super bazaar, they keep the data. They capture the photographs of the buyer, and with the picture of the buyer, they try to analyze whether they are the wounded shopper or they just try to, they have come here to buy. So what is your current image? So second is provide an accurate snapshot. You can only take a decision on the basis of consumer evaluation of the attributes of our product versus competing products. Socio-economic and demographic characteristics of the leadership of the magazine. Proportion of all possible outlets that are carrying, displaying, marketing their products. Because we need accurate data. Socio-economic and demographic characteristics of the leadership of magazine. Descriptive studies require a clear specification of who, what, when, where, why, and how. I have already told you. So explanative study, relationship descriptive study will not be causal in nature, may still have the utility in predictions.
Sir, your voice is not audible. You are muted.
Sorry, thank you. At least all are listening to me. Thank you very much. So, frequently used in research studies, used to influence opinion, useful in investigating a variety of educational problems. Describe the characteristics of certain groups, profile of the average user of a brand with respect to income, sex, age, educational level. estimate the proportion of people in a specified population who behave in a certain way. Because what I am trying to explain you is all about the sampling, universe, and population. People here are the potential buyers or consumers. That I am trying to tell you. Now let us come to the qualitative research. How can we differentiate between descriptive research and qualitative research? Because if you try to know, because descriptive research uses observations and interviews. Qualitative research uses observations and interviews. The descriptive research studies the topic from the researcher's perspective, whereas qualitative research studies the topic from the participant's perspective. This is the difference. Because when let me tell you about the qualitative research, because most of the market research is quantitative based. But there should be qualitative research approaches and methods to be used before quantitative approaches and methods are adopted. But if you try to see both descriptive research and qualitative research, because both the tools use observation techniques and interview techniques. For observation techniques and interview techniques will be different. That I'll tell you later. But if you see, when a researcher uses descriptive research methods, it is from the researcher perspective. How does a researcher want the research to be conducted? This is the way research to be conducted. Because it is the dominance of researcher. Researcher will design the questionnaire and select participants or respondents, age group, etc. Whereas the study of the particular research is conducted from the participant's perspective in case of qualitative research. Why? Because qualitative research methods include focus group interview, in-depth interview, one-to-one interview, ethnographic study, participation study, observation studies. So these are some of the steps, because I have made it 6 steps, but you may increase the number of steps, but you should not decrease the number of steps. It depends, because these are all broad steps. Identify a problem, because if you see the flow, this is the way those who do the PhD or want to do PhD, you are required to prepare the proposal on the basis of these 6 points. Identification of problem, review of literature, selection of participants and instruments, collection of valid and reliable data, analysis of data, and report writing and conclusions. You may write future research. So anything to be clarified so far? Excellent.
Don't teach me the.
So now, what are the common errors while doing the descriptive research? Because common errors means we come across the problem of response errors, or you may say standard errors, sampling errors, response errors.
Sir, excuse me.
The common error is,
Sir.
because the Herculean task, the most difficult task or work of a researcher is to collect data with a questionnaire. Going to the field, meeting the respondents, giving the questionnaire, explaining them, requesting them to read well and give the feedback appropriately. Or some of them may not accept, or some of them may not find time to do that. Some of them may also try to insult you and hurt you, because all these unwanted inconvenience as things would happen truly. So low response rates are very, very common in descriptive research, because descriptive is also a part of the quantitative research. But in the qualitative research, the issue of response error will be nil, because the respondents are very less selected. So all do participate in the discussion or survey, etc. So the common error of the descriptive research or the quantitative research is the low response rates of the respondents. Difficulties in interpreting the findings without the data representing non-respondents' view. Sometimes, if you take the non-probability sampling methods, there will be difficulties of generalizing data, interpreting data correctly, because sample respondents represented from the universe are not the true representatives. They must not have properly represented. So therefore, that is another problem. Unclear and ambiguous items, that is true, because in the descriptive research, most of the time we get the questionnaire validated but it is not error free. It cannot be error free. The very basic reason of not having error free is because, as I told you, everything is researcher's perspective. Questionnaire will be given to respondents, they will collect the data, depends on how seriously the researcher includes the variables or concepts or constructs in the questionnaire, depends on the the length of exploration of the study. If there will be no representation of variables or construct in the questionnaire, then it will create clarity of problems and ambiguity of items. Ambiguity is a common problem in the descriptive or quantitative research. Classification of descriptive research is classified by how data are collected. Self-report individuals respond to statements or questions about themselves. Data is collected by the researcher watching participants. There are two ways of collecting data. One is data collected by administering questionnaires. Questionnaire will contain statements of the questions. Respondent will read and rate the questions on the basis of the scales. And observation is because a researcher would observe a phenomena or to observe a particular movement of phenomena, life, from a distance, as a participant, sometimes as a passive participant or active participant, to understand. If you take the example of somebody wants to understand how does a farmer do farming, how does a farmer find time for society and What is the life of a farmer from dawn to dusk, from early morning to the late evening? So, in a span of 12 hours, how does a farmer behave in a particular setting? Or you take the example of consumer. When a consumer, a buyer is at the shopping mall or super bazaar, during the stay in the super bazaar, how does a buyer or a consumer, customer, behave inside the shopping mall? And the time spent and time and amount, the quantity of products they purchase, amount of expenditures. And if you try to observe sitting in a very lonely corner place, people may not understand it.
Sir, you're on mute and we can't hear you.
Sir, voice is not audible, sir.
Participants, please wait for a minute.
Okay, sir.
Sorry, friends, I received a call. So, Now, survey data collection methods. Surveys represent the most common type of self-report. I told you, advantage of conducting survey. It takes less time, less expensive, and a larger sample. Because sometimes if you take a survey by doing the questionnaires, there are different types of survey. We call the school survey, information collected by a school, information collected about a school. Sample survey used to have samples representing relevant subgroups of interest. Developmental survey, examining variables that differentiate children at different development stages. I'm just giving an example to understand the cross-sectional survey, collecting data from several samples. What point of time? Because you have cluster samples, you can administer you can divide the population in different groups. You take the sample representation from each group and administer the questionnaire proportionately. So, data collected in the longitudinal survey, collecting data for 2 or more times to measure changes. So, train, just a minute. So, train samples from succeeding groups are studied over time. Separate samples from single group are studied over time. A single sample from a group is studied over time. A sample is studied after the formal study is complete. Because you take a phenomena, try to understand the behavior, because you take the example of a farmer or take the example of a buyer in a shopping bazaar mall or in a hospital, etc. You take the example how a particular buyer behaves very differently in each successive visit to a shopping mall. So that will help you to understand commonly that these are the changes that largely happen in case of the buying behavior of the buyers. So it requires a long time. Sorry. So sources of data that has been previously gathered for some purposes, we call the secondary data. I told you, data gathered for the specific problem at hand, we call the primary data, as I have already explained you. Because most of the students of economics, commerce, many social sciences subjects, even they use these secondary data. But if you take the example of science students and management students also use the secondary data, but majority of the management students use the primary and secondary data both. But if you take the example of science students and humanity students, social science students, they use the both primary and secondary data. Most humanities, they use the secondary data. You take the example of sciences, they use the primary data because they do the experimentation and they try to understand the reaction of the experimentations, and sometimes even the 3 months effort of experimenting something would not yield any result, so it will be full of frustration. But even then they would write after several attempts, experimentation becomes successful. That is a part of research. And unknown accuracy ill fitting for the problems, because the second data are not related to the problems of the study. Sources of secondary data: internals, published and commercial, because you may collect from sales invoice, salesperson's call reports, salesperson's expense account, credit memos, warranty cards, general work. These are the sources of collecting data. You may say sampling, frame, geodemographic data, diary panel data, store audit data, scanner data. So you can get different type of data. So primary data collections, demography, socio-economic characteristics, psychographic lifestyle analysis, attitude, opinions, awareness, knowledge, intention, motivation, behavior. Whatever data collected through communication or observation, that I already told you, I don't want to repeat it. This is also I have told you. Now we'll go for constructing the questionnaire. Though there will be a separate class on questionnaire, but let me tell you. You collect the questionnaire, construct the questionnaire appearance, visually attractive, the white space and brief, carefully planned content and item formats, clearly identify subtopics, use structured items is possible, use responses that can be checked or circled rather than written. Because when you design a questionnaire, sometimes you allow the respondents to circle it, put a tick mark, or sometimes to highlight, so that responses will be prominent, easy to capture them and enter into the data sheet. A mailed survey, advantages, efficient, inexpensive, because if you send a questionnaire by mail, by email now, students are using the Google format and other technological tools to collect online data, and that online data they have the software to capture the data automatically and classification of the data into different groups and converting them quantity and get the results in a tabular form. So you can send by post, physical mode and email now mostly, because mostly people are using the Google format. Telephone survey also you can do, because it was done earlier. Now, on and off, some of you must be receiving telephone calls, WhatsApp calls from the real estate companies, from the insurance companies, from banks, from shopping bazaars. When they call you, how are you reacting? Are you reacting positively or are you reacting negatively? Are you accepting it politely, or are you very empathetic to them, or are you sharing more information? So they will capture data accordingly. Those who try to respond them positively, they will try to capitalize. They have to take them as a target buyers. Those who are reacting, they try to be very persuasive, so that they will try to be convinced to buy their products. So these are the things we have already discussed. And conducting survey research to approaches to written items, structured items. This is to be discussed later. Yeah, that also I'll tell you later. Let me close it, then I'll take you to another 5 minutes presentation. Another one. Sorry. I think you are going to attend another class. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So let us close here so that we can continue tomorrow from qualitative research. Am I right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all of you. Bye bye.
Sir.
Yeah. Any questions? I will see.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any questions I can respond?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, ma'am.
Good
morning,
morning.
ma'am.
Just hold on. I am uploading the PPT. We'll start.
Okay.
What is Amina is asking? How the marks are allotted based on the content or number of pages? How many pages? Okay, first we'll start with answering this question. See, evaluation is based on the content. There is no question on that. How many pages you write doesn't matter, right? But you have to write some, see, for example, for A part, we allot 6 marks. You cannot write 2 sentences for that. So it should be a decent answer, like half a page at least, right? And for B part, it is 10 mark question. However you write the contents, it could easily reach 1 page. So not more than 2 pages for any B part. That itself is enough. You need not write 4-5 pages. And as usual, as C part we have seen already, analysis part, you can take up 3-4 pages. Just hold on 1 second. So and you should know that you cannot ask for more papers. Now how the answer sheet will be, it will be like a booklet. It is having around 32 pages. So that is a maximum you can use. Additional pages are not allowed. Whatever booklet you are given, one book will be given, in that you have to write. So you can manage depending on your handwriting. If you are having big letters, you can write more. If you are having small letters, so there is nothing like this is the limit or this is the thing. You have to justify yourself. See, after all, you are in management course, you should know that, right? So it is not on number of pages. I'm very certain, right? It is based on the content only, and don't take it for granted that you can write some which is not meaningful. So if you know the answer, write it properly and write the part C without faith. That is a request, right?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
just 32 pages.
What is that, Guru Baran? I don't get your question. Come again.
Ma'am, just 32 pages in exam sheet.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, when are the exams scheduled,
Wait.
ma'am?
Shivani, kindly hold on. Guru Baran, let finish. Yes. Guru Baran, let.
Ma'am, when are the exams for the first semester scheduled?
Wait, all the way exams you will get only the booklet, same booklet, right? Whatever exam is, you will get the same booklet, 32 pages in that. Right, I got it. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so the same booklet will be given for whatever the subject is. There is no difference in that. Okay. But the question is the base what you are asking for. Say, for example, in the B part, one question may be having a lot of, side heading. So you may write 2-3 pages. Another one B part may be of only some few. So you can write 1 or 2 pages. It depends on the question. See, but I would request you, with the experience of valuation, I can tell you 2-3 points, right? Like tricks. One is never start a question on the bottom of the page, right? It's a request, because and have the margin a little bit more, because see, when the booklets are tied, right, the margin could go that side. So have a broad margin. And don't use cheap ballpoint pens, which are the ink are leaky, right? You are writing in various places of the country, and your papers are bundled together and traveling in a train or bus for a long time. So what happens to these inks, that can be sticky to your paper. They can stick to the paper next to that. So your paper may get spoiled. So use always a good one, which the ink will not be leaky or very thin. So use that. Then while marking the answers, in outside the margin, only the answer number should be given. Many students, what they do, the bullet points, side headings, they are using the outside margin. Are you able to understand my point? You write answer number 1 in the margin, and for that answer, if you have side headings 1, 2, 3, 4, you are writing that 1, 2, 3, 4 also on the margin, right? That is that will give a very bad impression. Don't do that. Okay. Another one thing: never start an answer on the bottom of the page. Like say, for example, you have finished all the answer for first, and you are at the end of the point, you are writing the second one. This, when bundling, this may get a little bit folded. So avoid that. After 3/4 of page is left out, never start the answer. Put a cross mark and go to the next page. Always, it's better to start the answer on a fresh page, on top, right? Or at least on the first quarter, not below the half of the page. Never start the answer, right? Keep these things in mind. And another one thing, don't scribble. Let the answer be legible a little bit, right? It doesn't matter how much you write. What matters is what you write and how you write, right? So you may be scribbling a lot in the papers, but you're not going to score marks. So make it crisp and short. That is enough. But don't make it too short. For 10-mark question, don't write 5 sentences. 10-mark question, you should describe it. The description should be there, right? See, you are in PG. We need not say how to write the answers. You have crossed so many examinations. Same way you follow this also. But here, don't skip the C part particularly. And don't skip B part also. See, write something which you know about that topic. There are a lot of choices we are giving. It's not that all are compulsory question. So don't skip too much of answers in that. Because whatever you write, you are not going to write exhaustively. So you cannot expect the full marks for that. So how much you write, how many answers you write also matters in this way, right? Any other question is, Venkatesha asked 32 pages. Yes, it is 32. It's a booklet. More than enough. If you use 75% of that itself is enough, right? However, some pages will be left out. So don't worry. There are enough, sufficient number of pages will be there. Then Shivani asked something. What is it, Shivani?
Ma'am, I'd asked when are the exams for the first semester scheduled?
See, exam schedules are announced by Controller of Examinations, right? So DDE doesn't announce. One thing. The second thing, sometimes because of this corona, UGC is guiding us on these things. So right now, we are expecting sort of from April to June, because we are adjusting the semesters. As you know, you got admitted a little delay for July admission. I think you got admitted during November, right? So this is like going a little bit delayed. So we are trying to match it according to the academic section, so that you will finish your exams, 4th semester exam exactly by July. So what happens, instead of 6-month semester, you may be having 5-month semester, so we can adjust in the 4th semester. So as these things are going on, we cannot exactly pinpoint when the exam date would be. Previously, before pandemic, if you ask, we will say the date itself, because they were exactly definite. Exactly, this is the day when the exams will start. But now we cannot. So we are in the adjustment mode. So you have to bear with us and wait till the announcement comes out. Be prepared and see the notifications often, see the circulars, keep your SMS and email checking regularly, so that you will not miss the notification. Right? Anything
Yes, ma'am.
else?
Thank you. Ma'am, and is there any project work for the first semester also?
No, you have project work and only in the 4th semester. After completion of 3rd semester, you can start doing your project work. You should complete the project along with your 4th semester examination.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes. Jennifer, what is that?
Yeah, Dr. Good afternoon. Actually, I had a query regarding the things that we are answering.
Yes.
They are given as sections when I'm checking.
Okay.
So in the sections, is it mandatory for us to attend only through the order, like part A, part B, part C?
No, it is not. You can write part B, then part A, part C, then again part B, part A. But what I would suggest is, if you finish part A, then part B, then come to part C, it is well organized for you, first understanding. The other one, it gives a good impression that you are writing it in an organized manner. But there is no condition. You can mix and write part B and part A, but mention it properly. The question numbers mention properly. And
Okay, one more thing.
one thing, what I would suggest is, by the experience I'm saying, many of you are not managing your time properly. So if you see, it is like first part and second part, all the answer sheets will be, first 10 sheets will be like, the handwriting will be like beautiful. The next 10 sheets, I cannot read a single word. So suddenly you realize that you don't have time and you start scribbling. So manage the time properly. Divide the time. You have 3 hours. Give 1 hour, this much time for each part, so that you maintain the time, and it will be easier that you maintain the legibility for till the last page, right? Yes. Next.
Okay. Can we get a blueprint of what subject contains how many marks or something like that?
The marks are
Like every
equal. Like
chapter.
part A will be containing 6 marks. You have 5 questions. Out of 8, you have to answer 5. So 30 marks it is. Then again, what is that? Part B contains 8 questions. Out of that, 5 questions you have to answer, 10 marks each. So 50 marks it contains. Then part C is the mandatory question, which contains 20 marks. So 100 marks in total.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You have model question papers in website if you want.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. That's all. So can we go to the class?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, case study.
Case study. Yes. You remind. I told you to remind the case study, right? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Today I have a case study so that we can start with the case study. Okay. But I think if we see some of these topics, this case study would be meaningful, because usually at the end of the session, I plan a case study which is related to the subject. Shall we go through some of the topics and come to the case study?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. So I'll make it as a fast one. And if at all also, if you are not able to complete today, we will see it tomorrow. Okay, we will adjust with the last session. It won't be a big thing. Okay, right. Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. Okay, we start with motivation today, right? Listen carefully. These are a little bit important topics here, right? So listen carefully. See, motivation is a very important one, because we all go through this. We all are employees. We all work, and we know what the importance of motivation is, right? See, for example, right now, I'm a bit motivated to take the class. Why you know? Because I know you are responding. You people are listening. You are shooting questions to me. So when I feel that you are interested in the subject, I feel motivated. If you all keep quiet, there is no doubt you are not responding, how the class would be, I will lose my motivation. Simple, right? So I think you know what is motivation is. I need not say it actually. So based on thinking that you understand motivation, just I'll say a few words on that. See, it is like, you have a need. So you feel that disequilibrium, you feel restless, that I need to fulfill that, I want that. That is called motivation. So what do you do? If you want that, you are drive towards that. You are channelizing your potentiality towards that. That is motivation, right? Focusing towards something which you desire. So you make an action plan to achieve that. That is motivation, right? So the need transform itself to the desire to act upon to achieve it. So what happens? The need stimulates. It creates a force to move the person to realize the desired goal. So this is how the motivation works. First you get a need, so you feel restless. So that need can transform itself to a desire, a want it. So your need becomes strong. For that you want to achieve it. So what the need does, it stimulates you. It makes a force inside you, push you towards it, and that is what we call as motivation, right? So what is it in if you want to comprise? How can you say that? Determined goals, belief in yourself that I can do that, positivity towards the environment, and you believe in the organizational system. All these force pushes you towards the motivation, right? So what is the definition of this? This is derived from the word motive. Okay. So what is it? The same thing: needs, desires, and wants, which stimulates the process and actions to accomplish the goal. So employees who are adequately motivated performs more better, they are productive, and they feel more engaged in their work, invested in their work. And one thing you have to remember here is happy employees are not motivated employees. Remember that. Happy employees are having high morale. We have seen that morale already, right? But that doesn't mean morale is motivation. Remember that. These two are totally different, right? Morale will be productive, but morale will not give you motivation. They are happiness. Motivation is something stronger than the morale. Morale is short-lived. Motivation is long-lived, more powerful, more strong, right? Okay, what are the types of motivation? One is extrinsic, other one is intrinsic. What is this extrinsic motivation? See, when it comes from outside, right? See, now what I got from you is extrinsic, external forces. Like you give me appreciation, you give me incentives, you give me a car, a driver, all those things, salary, all these things are extrinsic motivations, which comes from the external factors for me to push me. That is someone standing behind me and pushing me forward. But intrinsic motivation is I myself pushing myself forward, right? This arises out of the values and the beliefs I have in myself, what I want, so what I should do. That is intrinsic motivation, right? These are the two kinds of motivation that works. The next one is motivation theories. See, to understand this motivation, we have a few theories. Just I'll go through it a little bit faster. These theories, at least learn 2 to 3. Okay, these are very frequently asked question in the examination, right? Motivational theories. They will not ask to write all the theories. Say, for example, Maslow theory, first one. That is very important. Usually they will ask that write about Abraham Maslow theory, explain. Or else the question may be write 2 motivation theories. In that case, you can write any of these 2 theories, right? So learn at least a minimum of 2 theories. We will see one by one for that. And remember, these theories, all these motivation theories are not management theories essentially, right? These theories are, one, it comes from psychology side or else sociology side, right? So what we have done, we have taken those theories and we are trying to match it to the management, right? Match it to the organization, employee side. So you see in that view, these are not essentially created or it has not evolved for HRM or for the human, right? For the, management. So what is Abraham Maslow's need hierarchy theory says? This is contributed by Abraham Maslow. Title of the theory is need hierarchy. See, need hierarchy. How the need evolves. What is the basic thing of this theory, Unless you fulfill one need, you cannot move to the second need, right? The desire pushes you to satisfy the need you have in present. Once you satisfy the need, again it manifests a second need. You get a second need, second desire arises. You go on, you are motivated to fulfill the second need. Then the third need arises. So need hierarchy theory, right? If you understand Abraham Maslow's theory, you will learn all the other theories because this is like the exhaustive of all the theories. These are 5 steps. What is the first step? Physiological needs. See, unless you have a roof above your head and food for you, you cannot think about getting married or going to a vacation, can you? You cannot imagine. When you are feeling hungry, you will not think about going for a vacation. Are able to understand? That is what this is about. Need, first need. I want to satisfy my hunger. I want to sleep today with roof and above my head. This is the first thing. When everyone get this need fulfilled, then what happens? They want this continuously. They want security of this. I want tomorrow also the same thing. What should I do? I have to earn. To earn, I need a job. I need to do something. I need to do something continuously so that I can have a roof and food. Security needs. Once you have that, can you keep quiet? No. I have a roof. I have food. I want to share it with some people. I want some people around me. Social need. We are social animals. We live in packs like dogs. We don't live alone. So what happened? I want family. I want to get married, or I want to have a family with me. Social needs. When this is fulfilled, can you keep quiet? No. Now I have everything. I have a wife, family, kids, a car, a house, a job, everything. Can I keep quiet? No. I want something other than that. What is that? I want power. I want to control people, self-esteem. I want to be authoritative. I want to show my competency. I want to control through that. That power arises, right? It can be manifesting in various ways. You might want to show it in a social display, like, see, I have this car, but I want to buy a Audi car so that other people think that I am rich, I am powerful. You are now a manager, you want to become a general manager. That way you want to show that you are powerful, right? For every individual, self-esteem can be of various ways to display it. So once I have the power, I have showed to the society that I am a very powerful person, influential person. Can I keep quiet? No. Then again another one need arises. What is that? I want to know who I am really. What is my core competency? How powerful I am? Have I used all my competencies enough? That is called self-actualization, understanding yourself. Right? So this is all about this theory. It's a very interesting theory, you know. Looks very easy to understand, looks very, simple on surface. But this is a very deep philosophical theory. When you dig it out, you can learn a lot of things through this theory. And you should understand now, for this sake, that there are assumptions in this. Generalizations are there. What are they? See, every individual has their own status of standing here. See, for example, we all have basic theory fulfilled. We have not known that hunger or without a roof. All of us are born into a good family, so we have a roof and food. So we may not have felt that physiological needs. Security needs also sometimes, right? So most often what we do, we start with social needs, right? And most of the time we start with self-esteem needs. Very few only go to self-actualization needs. So these are the assumptions of this theory. And the next assumption is, many people may jump through these theories. Like, see, from social, they directly can go to self-actualization. From security, they directly go to self-esteem. Right? So jumping of these steps also is possible. So these are the assumptions of this theory. But this is a important theory. So if you have any doubts, you ask me now, so that we can move on to the next theories, which will be based on this theory's understanding. So if you have any doubts, ask now. Any doubts?
No, ma'am.
No, very good. Okay. So we move to the next theory, which is called as ERG theory, which is existence, relatedness, and growth theory. Right? I know I'm moving a little bit faster because, as you asked, I want to go to the case study time, so to save for the time for that. So if you find anything you are not able to understand, kindly stop me and ask. Okay? Otherwise, I'm moving a little bit faster today.
Expansion of ERG?
What is that, ma? I don't know.
Expansion of ERG?
Existence, relatedness, and growth theory. ERG. That is base, right? So what is this existence? Can you see the PPT?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Oh. So what is this existence? That is the first two steps of Abraham Maslow, right? Physiological and safety needs. That is the existence theory. See, I want to exist. This life, what I need, these two. Once this is satisfied, I progress to the relatedness, right? I'm moving on to relatedness. What is relatedness? Relationships. Having social interactions, having a family, having relationship, friends and family. So if I am frustrated in this step, I go back to existence. That is what the theory differs from Maslow's theory, right? Maslow is only moving upward, whereas ERG says it is like you can come back to the same step and again you can go back. Once you are not satisfied with that, you move back to existence, right? So when you are satisfied with relatedness, what happens? You go to the next two steps. What is it? Esteem and actualization. You progress to that. And if you are not satisfied with that, again you are regressing to relatedness. So it is like a moving here and there. It depends on the phase of life you are, right? Which phase you are, which age factor also plays here. How much experience you have. So depending on that, the existence move to relatedness move to growth, and vice versa. This is about the ERG theory. What is the next one? Next one is McClelland theory. McClelland theory says about need for power, affiliation and achievement. This is also exactly like the same thing, but here they skip these basic two like safety and physiological needs. They come to only the other three. You want affiliation, social needs, you want power, a self-esteem, a need for achievement, that is actualization. So this McClelland theory talks about these three. Again, these are intertwined. It is not that once you get affiliation, you move to power. You get power, then you can come to affiliation. You get affiliation, then you go to achievement. Achievement, then you can come to power. This is like, again, it can go to any of these paths. But any person, he says, any employee in an organization will want these three. He wants to get affiliated to the social people, socialize to the people. He wants power, he wants achievement. But how this theory determines the need, it depends on the individual needs. Like some people want more power, some people want more affiliation, some people want more achievement, right? Which category they belong to, they go for that, right? Some people are more social, they will work in teams. Some people will need power, they will aspire for higher promotions. Some people will need for achievement, they will go for experimenting, they will go for inventions. So that is the only difference. The personality of the people decide on what they need, right? That is the motivation. That is which factor motivates them is different in the need theory, McClelland theory. Then the next one is two-factor theory. Here what Herzberg says, he says there is two kind of people. One is motivated, the other one is demotivated. The same motivation factor what you are using can be motivating to some people and not motivating to the other people. So he says the motivated people takes up anything and gets motivated. The non-motivated people, whatever you give, will feel demotivated, right? So you have to search some other motivating triggering points for them to move on. This is about two-factor theory. So here what he says, what are all the points of motivation like achievements, recognition, responsibility. See, responsibility even can become a motivation factor for some people. The same responsibility can be demotivating for others. So this we call, if the factors are motivating, we call it as motivation factors. If the factors are not motivating, we call it as hygiene factor. This is about the two-factor theory. And this one is Room's theory. Room's theory is a little bit scientific. So what he says says three things. One is expectancy, instrumentality and balance. Expectancy is what is that to lead increased performance, right? That belief that effort will result in acceptable performance. You put in more effort, that will come out as a performance. Instrumentality is if you perform well, that a valued outcome will be received. That, see, I am putting my effort, I will get an incentive. That is the instrumentality, right? Without that, expectancy will not work. So what is the balance? Importance that the individual places upon the expected outcome, value, right? So these three are the motivating factors according to Room's theory. And all these three are related to each other, right? Say, for example, I have placed a value, right? So based on that, I have an expectancy. I put effort, so that instrumentality, I will be receiving something. So these three are interrelated. So how the scientific theory works, he says, if you balance these three according to the individual personality, you can bring out the motivation factor. The next one is Adams' equity theory. See, Adams' equity theory is all about how the employees expect the outcome, right? Say the input is different from person to person. I put more effort, the other person may not put that much of effort. But if both of us get the same salary, what I feel cheated. I feel it is not equity. Are you able to understand? So say, for example, not only salary, if the promotion based on seniority, but I put more effort, he gets more promotion and salary. So I feel I'm not under the equity. So what the equity theory says is, see, it is based on how much the effort a person puts and how much the outcome he is expecting. How he is expecting the outcome, he is comparing with the other people, right? So the benchmark like is like a line. You are comparing with the peers, how much they are getting for the input. It's like a balance. That's why the balance symbol is given for equity theory. How much we put, how much it comes. I'm comparing whether it is worth enough. That is why there is a difference between equality and equity. What the companies usually do, they go for equality. See, they are giving equal size of stools for all the three. But is it equity? No. Because the first person don't need a stool at all because he is already seeing that. Only the last person needs two so that he can also enjoy the match. That is equity. Right? This is not about how you are distributing equally. This is about how you are distributing the equality, the level of all the people under one thing. That is equity. So this is actually economical theory, Adams equity theory. So how the people, how the employees expect equity in the workplace. That is a motivating factor for them. How the desire arises. Right? Okay. So with that, we complete the motivation. Any doubts in that? Any doubts in motivation theories?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we go to the next topic. Productivity and morale. Right? See, morale is like motivation. As I told you, morale is but short-lived. Motivation is strong and long-lived. What is this morale? Morale is the happiness you feel. I think we have seen morale already in the class, right? I feel like I've already seen morale in the class. Have we?
First class, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
First class we have missed, I don't know. So.
Okay. Do you remember morale? What is morale? Okay, I'll tell whatever it is. What for? See, morale is like, it is like an enthusiasm. It is a zeal, we say. Is that E-A-L, zeal. Like, that bubbliness, the happiness that suddenly arises in the environment. It is called morale. And it is a group, collective emotion. It is not individual emotion. One person cannot have morale. The group can have morale. Collective emotion, right? The workplace, say for example, 20 people there on the workplace. All of them are suddenly feeling very happy. That is the morale, collective emotion. Everyone is happy. That means the morale of the workplace is high. Level of morale is high. If the level of morale is high, what happens? The productivity will be high. So we say that if the happy employees, then the productivity will be more, right? That is what it is about morale. Why we have to study morale? See, it is about motivation. When you are getting motivation high enough in the workplace, morale also goes up. These are interrelated. But motivation is the basic foundation factor. If you keep up the motivation balance, the morale also can be good in the factory. Okay. We come to the next topic called communication, right? Communication is another one important topic which you have to understand because again, this is individual as well as collection, right? Collective topic. See, after all, in any organization, if there is miscommunication, what happens? The entire, the hierarchy or the span of control, command will get interrupted, right? So communication is very important, whether it is official communication or unofficial communication. So what are these communications? See, communications are social messages. We are interacting with each other. But what is that? It is a process of participants create and share information with each other, right? To understand each. So why the message has to be transmitted so that you understand me. When you resort to attacking the messenger or not the message, you have lost the debate. This is a rule, golden rule, whenever you want to argue, whenever you want to fix your point, remember this quote, when you resort to attacking the messenger and not the message, you have lost the debate. You are not fit for the argument, right?
That is what the social media is nowadays, madam.
Yes, exactly. That is why it becomes very important. The communication theme itself is getting distorted nowadays. People
what is to be debated is not debated. The person who has passed on the message is being debated.
Exactly. Because why? Because it is easier. Right? If we are studying the personality, now you can understand. Instead of attacking the message, if you attack the messenger, what happens? It becomes personal and the person breaks. When the person breaks, his communication is not effective anymore. It is very easy to kill the message as well as the debate. right? So you are attacking the messenger. So always remember that the message is different, the messenger is different. If you are able to differentiate between these two, if you draw the line between these two, it becomes very easy to communicate. It becomes very easy to understand as well as give the message to the other person, right? Just I have given again a joke for that to understand. I worry that Facebook is killing meaningful communication. And what the other person says, like, what is it like? We are so used to that kind of communication, right? That is why Facebook is killing the meaningful communication and you like. Okay, so what are the fields of communication? Let's see, this is based on organizational communication, not interpersonal, right? What are these interpersonal communications? Group communication, intercultural communication, professional communication, and mass communication. I need not explain all these things because all of you are working in the offices. So I think you will easily understand. Mass communication are circulars, professional communication are memos, like intercultural communications are notice boards what we are giving. Group communication can be through a group message or a group emails, and interpersonal is face to face. So these are the essential fields of communication. So what is this process? This is important for us. What is communication process? If you understand this, your life becomes easier. You know what is communication process? Who says what, in which channel, to whom, with what effect. You answer this 5 for any communication. You will easily understand that, right? Who is saying? Say, for example, it is me now. I am communicating to you. Says what? What I am saying? I am trying to explain the communication process. In which channel? Through online mode and English. The channel is a medium of language is English. And not only that, audio visual, I am giving you pictures. And not only that, sign languages, I am moving my hands, I am showing my face reactions, right? To whom? To the students or the learners who are interested in learning the communication process. With what effect? That is where the communication process success lies. If you are able to understand me, my purpose, what I need to communicate to you, that is the success of this communication process. Instead, if all you hear is blah, 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 then the entire communication process is wrong, right? See, in this itself, what do you see that GIF, what I have given a small graphics. Can anyone tell me what is the meaning of that? A dog is barking and the code says that all I heard was blah, blah, blah. What is the meaning of that?
It
It
doesn't
says
make
that
any
the
sense.
information communicated was not effectively listened and understood by the recipient.
Who is the recipient?
The person to whom the information is being
No, I'm
given.
particularly specifically asked about that small picture. A dog is barking, and the quotation says all I heard was blah blah blah. Who is who? That's what I want. Explain the communication process here. Who is communicating?
The dog is trying to communicate. Might be
Okay,
the
says
person
what?
standing opposite.
Says what? He is barking, right? In which channel? Barking. To whom? The person standing opposite. With what effect? All I heard was blah blah blah, right? Is it okay?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Is there any other way to this?
Sign language, ma'am?
No.
Uh,
Okay, right. Listen.
What we are trying to communicate should be precise, and should the opposite person should be able to understand.
No. Listen now, right? The picture is the same. Now follow me. Who is me? I am talking. Says what? Communication process. Which channel? English. To whom? To the dog. What effect? The dog says, all I heard was blah, blah, blah. Is it right? Right?
Yes.
Perception difference. Say, this is communication barrier. You saw the picture, you see the code, immediately you assume that the dog barks and you don't understand. It could be the other side. What I say, the dog also don't understand. Right? To the dog, it is blah, 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 because it doesn't know English. Are you able to get my point?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the thing we have to understand in communication. don't jump to conclusions. Don't be so fast to pass on judgments, right? Communication needs interpretation. You have to translate it. You have to pass, understand, interpret, right, to your channel. That is very important in communication. So what is this model? What is a communication model? How this process is done? First, source, right? Let us take the same thing. Now I have to talk to the dog, okay, effectively. So the source, what is the source? Me, I am thinking I need the dog to eat something. I need to say that you eat this. So encoding, I have to encode it in my mind. I have to think it, how to say it. Then I have to take a channel, right, which is understandable by the dog. Okay. Then I have to produce that code. Then the dog has to receive and decode it, right? Then you interpret it. Now take this small model. I thought it, source. I encoded it in English. I passed it on through the channel, and you people have decoded it in your language and received it. Are you able to understand? But there are barriers in these three steps. What are they? When encoding, noise. What is that noise means, you know? Not only the external noise, there are barriers. See, because I am thinking in my language, I have to put it into another one language, English. Words I have to find. If I am not able to find the exact vocabulary, then the meaning might change of what I am thinking and what I am saying. Right? Same way when decoding, the same word can have different meanings. If you are not interpreting in the right meaning which I have perceived, then what happens? Your interpretation goes wrong, right? So what happens then? The receiver, you people give me the feedback in the same procedure. You are thinking, you are encoding, sending to me, I am decoding, receiving, right? But you have to remember one thing, these things are simultaneously happening, right? See, I am continuously saying some sentences. That means my sourcing and encoding are continuous. I am not taking that much of past time to encode it. That is another one hindrance, right? And another one thing, when receiving side also, you need past to decode it and take it in your mind. I am continuously saying something. I am not giving you time to decode. Are you able to understand? That is why these passes are needed. Pass, P-A-U-S-E, pass, right? You would have noticed. That's why sometimes I stop for 2 seconds. Why is that? You need to decode. You have to interpret it, take it to your mind. Then only you will be able to listen to the next sentence I am saying. Receive it. When the receiving cup is full, if I am pouring continuously, what happens? The tea overflows. I should wait till the cup becomes empty again. Do you get my point? So this is an important lesson many of us doesn't follow. When talking to someone through phone or when we are fighting with someone, we don't give time for them to decode. You are just going on shooting your sentences, right? So what happens at one point of time, the teacup is full and you are continuously pouring the tea. The tea overflows. It's not useful for you. It is not useful for the other person also. Right? Are you able to get it? So this is happening with everybody. But also remember, the time taken for encoding or decoding differs to individual. Right? It is not the same time. Say, I can even talk faster. You can even receive it faster. Somebody, it may be the ulta. It may be very slow. Right? So you have to accept the fact that to whom you are talking. That is why we say from who to whom. You should understand the audience to whom you are talking. If you are not understanding the decoding time they are going to take, then your communication is a overflow tea. We always remember that. Until the cup is ready to receive, don't pour the tea. It's waste. Are you able to get my point? So this is how the communication works every time. for every single word. And the channel need not be language always. The channel could be just eye rolling, right? Somebody rolls the eye, it has different kind of meaning. They are not approving, disapproving, they are angry, they are just curious to know what it is, or the sign language, hand language, right? There are so many kinds of mediums to say it, right? So the channel, you have to decide which channel will be effective, or what are all the channels you can combine to be effective, right? So a communication is not a simple thing as you think. If you want to be effective, when it is effective, when it reaches the other person, right? So when you want it to be effective, you have to be careful of when, where, to whom, how you are decoding and delivering it, right? Just for fun, I have given another one joke. Read it. It is really nice one. Listening to wife is like reading the terms and conditions of website. You understand nothing. Still you say, I agree. We do that. Not only to wife, I don't know. This is the most, what do you say, often happening things. Most of the jokes are written by male, right? So always they write like this. This is ulta can be. If I write, I will say that ulta. You just listen to the spouse and say, I agree. Right? This often happens because what is that? One thing is monotonous. Why this communication is not effective, you jump to conclusions, you pre-assume things because you know the personality. You think that you know the spouse, wife or husband. So what do you assume? Whatever they are going to say is this, you know that. So no need to listen to that, simply say I agree. But what we have learned is not like that. What you know about a person is still yesterday. Today what they are, you have to listen and find out. Right? Are you able to get the point? Shall we move to the next one? Okay, what are these non-verbal communication? Just now I told you. What are they? It can be facial expressions, gestures, posture and movements. Like, when you are moving the leg from this side to that side or sitting this side, that shows that you are not interested. Physical contact, like just by touch, you can say something. By hugging, you can say that you love. Like clothes, hairstyle, appearance, you want to say you are rugged, you want to say that you are very good, you want to say you are official, formal. Tone and pitch of the voice, the same word with the separate tone, you can give various meanings, right? And pitch of the voice. So these are all non-verbal communications, how you can communicate to the people. All of us know this because every day we use
in class
somebody has to mute the mic. Who is that? Kindly mute it. Okay, we come to the next one. What is that? Miscommunications. How miscommunications can happen? What are the barriers? See, physical barriers, perceptual barriers, emotional barriers, cultural barriers, language barriers, gender barriers, interpersonal barriers. These are the most common barriers for misunderstanding a communication. Physical barriers is like what we are doing now, online communication, right? If the net goes off or it is not flickering, the sound is not enough, my mic is not okay, physical barriers, you are not able to listen me, right, properly. Perceptual barriers, like perception, as I told you, the dog picture, what I see, what you see, different. You think you are talking, I think dog is talking, perceptual barrier. Emotional barriers, see, I am contained with some, yesterday I saw one film, I got emotional. So whatever, after that, whatever communication people are saying, I was able to relate to that emotion, I understand. But it is not that they are saying with that emotion. So the emotion of the receiver, the emotion of the sender, both acts as a barrier. Cultural barrier, that particular gesture or that particular, like see, hugging is very common in some cultures. So it says that it is like a greeting. They are like vanakam, saying vanakam in our culture. But that gives a, what do you say, misunderstanding in our culture, because hugging is not very common in our culture. So cultural barriers, the same communication. Language barriers, I need not say. If you don't know the language, you understand so many things. Gender barriers, just now the joke is a best example. See, I saw the communication and I thought, no, the joke can be the other side. Gender barriers, the communication can be two different things for genders. Interpersonal barriers, what you are to me, who to whom, that depends. See, if you are very friendly to me, that communication says something. If you are not, that communication says something. The personal relationship between the two plays a barrier, right? So these are called barriers of the communication. So we say information overload or message distortion as a barrier, important, which we don't understand often, Information overload is saying too many things. See, I did this mistake when I was in starting of my career, what do you say, in enthusiasm, that whatever I know, I want to tell to the students. Information overload. What happens? Everything goes waste, right? Slowly I learned, no, this much at one point of time, one step at a time. That is very important. Whatever the size of cup, pour that much of tea. Information should be not overloaded, because everything goes off waste. And message distortion is another one important barrier in communication. What is distortion? It gets diluted, loosened up. What is it? Adding. See, for example, one person says one thing, that film is very good. The other one says that film is fantastic, right? Adding up to that. So the message gets distorted. Assimilating. You make something, compare with this one, and you understand something and communicate something. Changing the content, right? The word, like language. I got in English. When I'm saying it in Tamil, I may change the meaning. Leveling. I want to level the tone. See, somebody has said in a very curt tone, very high-pitched tone. But I don't want to communicate this side. So I am leveling. I may soothe it down or rise it out, right? Then deleting. So when somebody says, what do you say, abuse word, when I'm communicating, I may cut it out, deleting. And sharpening. I may make the tone sharp. So these are called message distortion. It may not reach the same thing to you, right? It gets distorted. So these are the communication barriers. So to avoid these barriers and how to make the communication effective. What is effective communication? Economy. Economy is use as much as little possible, right? Don't be too much. Congruence. Have it to the curt, that much. Influence. Say it with as much as possible, what do you say, other accessories, so that it reaches. Then relationship. How the relationship with the who and who is very important. If you make all these things, the effective communication can happen. So we call it as 7 C's of communication. What are they? Correct, complete, concrete, concise, coherent, courteous, and clear. Right? Out of the 7 C's, if you are able to at least maintain 4 to 5 C, you will be a very effective communication giver, right? So this is about the communication. So coming to the next one, how the feedback. So I think we will be able to finish only communication, and this communication case study, I think we will see in the tomorrow class. We will complete with feedback, right? Okay. So next one, over. The communication is effective. How to get the feedback? When you are giving the feedback for the communication, be descriptive. Focus on the behavior, not the person, the message, not the person. Database, not impressionist. One see the content, not how it is given. Reinforce positive behavior. You want to get the communication effective, not to kill it. Suggest, don't prescribe. Don't say that it is wrong. Always say that it is suggest. And let the feedback be continuous if you want to continue the conversation. It should be personal and it should be need-based and solicited. Don't give feedback unless anybody is asking. It should be need-based, right? Don't give unsolicited advice or feedback. So this is one way you can maintain a good communication, and the skills of communication will develop only through practice. And if you have to practice, you have to communicate to the correct audience, to the correct relationship, correct persons. So you will become a very good in communication, right? So with that, we complete today's session. This case study, we will start tomorrow first hand, right? The first itself will be, we will start with the case study related to this subject, right? Otherwise, we can do one thing. I'll tell you what is a case. You can think about that so that we can come and discuss it tomorrow very effectively, right? Can I take 2 minutes more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what is this case? See, it's a simple case, okay? There is a general manager and assistant general manager. They are totally different in communicating with the workers. What is the difference? GM is very curt and strict, but AGM is empathetical, right? He will talk to the people very closely like a friend, empathetic person. and because of some reason the union is planning for a strike, right? So GM threatened on termination of workers. What is he saying? Whoever is on strike, he will send them out, right? So on this, union got aggressive and agitated. AGM called a few workers, talked to them in canteen, looked at them in their eye and convinced them to call off the strike. What is the difference? Which one is correct? This is the question, right? You have to think about it and let us discuss this case tomorrow. With that, okay, so we conclude this session. Any doubts? Okay, a small communication to you from DDE side. I think many of you have not yet verified your original certificates through online, right?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
those cases, kindly note down one email ID. I will give it to you. I'll type in the chat box. You can send a message to this email ID or requesting for verification, right? But this is mandatory, so whoever have not yet done, kindly send this request message to this email and get it over with. ac2ddE@pandiyuni.ac.in, and the phone number of coordinator is this. I'm typing that also. Okay. Right? So this is academic coordinator number and email I have given you. So you have to send a request email that your certificates are not verified. They will schedule for online verification and finish it off before your examinations. It's mandatory. Right? Okay. Right. Any other doubts? Anything we need to discuss? No. Today's class
Hello, ma'am.
regarding today's...
Ma'am?
Yes? Yes,
Ma'am, is the student portal open? Is the
yes, you
student
have been
portal
moved to
open?
SLC. Yes, you have to register in the SLC. Registration is available in the examination icon. You can register in the student
But
life.
I am not able to register in it.
Ma'am, is there any link for that to get registered?
Open the DDE website. There is on the top, there is student portal icon is there in DDE website. Open that. If you want to see the instructions for that, you open examinations under icon under that. In that, registration instructions are given. Okay. Follow the registration instructions and you can register in students portal.
Ma'am, can you tell me when we get our ID cards, ma'am?
It is the process. It is dispatched each day. I think within 2 days you will get. It is in the process. It is getting dispatched, right? I think before this week.
Ma'am, I got a mail that I will receive ID card within 1 month. I think I received mail ID yesterday.
That is long. Now the process is over. We are dispatching it. You will receive immediately within 1 week, maybe.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Actually, the card, that is why it has been delayed for you. We have changed the style of card. So that is why it is delayed for you people. You will get a nice card this time.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, anything else? Can we close the class?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Good afternoon, sir.
51, okay, fine. So it's 2 o'clock, so we'll start. And this is the class for managerial economics, if you just want to recollect. And we already have had 4 hours of lecture for managerial economics, and we have covered 2 modules. So in module 1, we had discussed about demand, we discussed about consumer theory, we discussed about utility analysis, elasticity of demand, and we also talked about demand estimation and forecasting of demand. So these topics were covered. Further, when we moved to second module, we had 3 topics mainly. So first was production analysis, wherein we discussed the different types of production functions that we can encounter, with law of variable proportions, law of returns to scale, and economies of scale. All these things we discussed, and mainly the idea was to understand that under production process there are 3 stages. First stage is where the firms take inputs, and while drawing these inputs they incur some cost. That part was under the cost analysis. Then they undertake the actual production process, which we discussed under the production analysis. And once the production process has finished, then these final output, or whatever has been produced, goods and services, have to be taken to the market, and they'll be sold in order to get revenue and thereby profit, which we discussed in the revenue analysis. So different types of cost curves we have discussed: total cost, marginal cost, average cost, total cost as in total. We also, under total cost, we had fixed cost and variable cost. Then when we talk about the revenue, we had the total revenue, average revenue, marginal revenue, and we know that average revenue is nothing but the demand curve. So if you look at average revenue, it is P into Q, and if you take total revenue is P into Q and divided by Q is P. So average revenue is nothing but the price curve or the demand curve which the firm faces. So all these things, basic concepts, we have discussed in the last week. And in this week, our plan is to start with the discussion of market structures. So today we'll cover 3 different types of market structures. The first one is perfect competition, monopoly, and monopolistic competition. And further we'll move, tomorrow we'll also discuss briefly about oligopoly and duopoly before moving to the macroeconomic part of managerial economics. That means national income, inflation, and all other topics that we have. Okay, so very quickly I'll share my screen, and I'll start with discussing the topics that we have lined up for today. So is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we'll mainly discuss about the market structure, or it basically relates to the different types of market forms that you and I can encounter, or that may generally exist. We'll also take certain examples of each type in order to understand which, how can you understand a different type of market. And it is important to understand the market structure, because when we talk about each type of market, it basically determines the pricing strategy which is followed in each market. As in, say, suppose if we are operating in a perfectly competitive market structure, each firm, how will they set their price? What should be their motto, or what should be their objective behind setting the price? And if they have set the price, how do they determine how much of quantity to be produced and sold in the market? So once we have built the basic base of production analysis and revenue analysis, cost analysis, Then using those concepts, we'll discuss the different types of markets that we can encounter and what are the main characteristics of each of these types, and mainly in order to understand the prices, basically the pricing strategy in each of the market. Now, before we move ahead, we need to understand the main distinction between market and marketplace. So very often you might be hearing this term, which is marketplace these days. So please understand, we need to understand the difference. So whenever we refer to a market, okay, so as you can read from point 1, it says that market refers to the institutional relationship between buyers and sellers, that is the interaction between them of a particular good at a mutually agreed upon price. Now in this case, what does it what information that we get is that whenever we have we have buyers and sellers and they are interacting with each other in order to exchange or transact in terms of any good or service at a given price which is agreed for both of them, then that constitutes a market. Now, very important to be noted here is that whenever we talk about, so you can see in the definition itself, the interaction between sellers and buyers of a good or service. So this term which we have used, a good, is very important in the sense that a given market is defined for a particular good or a service. For example, we can think of, as it is listed at the bottom, that markets for steel sheets, markets for car insurance, markets for, say, pearl pet bottles, markets for in-ear headphones. Okay, so different good and service can have their own different markets. So if you think of the fact that, okay, in the evening we'll go to the market to purchase our grocery, that is actually not a market, but it is a marketplace. So the physical place or a virtual place where buyers and sellers can interact to purchase or transact in a whole lot of different goods and commodities is known as a marketplace. So the public markets that you go near our homes, or when we log on to Amazon or Flipkart or all these e-marketplaces, then all those are marketplace but not a market. Okay, market is defined for only a particular good or a particular service. So so if some of you have read this very famous article, I don't know, or maybe would have heard, there's something called market for lemons. And using this analogy of market for lemons, Akerlof, who got a Nobel Prize in economics for this, tried to explain the basic fundamental understanding of asymmetric information that prevails in markets. Okay, so it's very important that whenever we think of any market, we have to relate the market to a particular type of good or a particular type of service, and not different types of goods and services to be transacted together. I hope you understand the basic difference between market and marketplace. So whenever we are looking for different, say suppose if I log on to Policy Bazaar, so Policy Bazaar is a marketplace, but within Policy Bazaar, if I search for car insurance for my car, and I'm looking for the different options, say suppose I can get a car insurance from ACO, or I can get from Reliance Insurance, or I can get from ICICI Prudential, or I can get from National Insurance, or all the different providers that offer car insurance, then Policy Bazaar is a marketplace. But that particular website, that particular portal in which I am just looking for car insurance for my car across the different service providers, then that constitutes a market. Okay, so that is a market, but the general portal of Policy Bazaar is a marketplace. Now, in that case, when we talk about the differences that exists in the different types of markets, we can have different dimensions which can be considered for understanding the characteristics of different markets and the basis on which we can differentiate each market from the other type. Okay, so I'm not talking about how do we differentiate between car insurance market and steel sheet market, but a given type of market. So what type of markets we are discussing about? These are the main types of markets. So there is a perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, monopsony, and duopoly. So these are the different types of markets that we are considering. But how do we distinguish between these market types? So in order to distinguish between these market types, these are the main 4 criteria that we consider, apart from a lot of other things that we will discuss as we move further. But these are the main 4 criteria to be taken into consideration. First is the nature of competition, that how do firms interact with each other, and what is the level of competition that they possess to the other firms in the given market. Okay, say suppose when we talk about the market for hatchback cars, sub 4-meter hatchback cars, so you can think of all the cars that are categorized as sub 4-meter cars, and they are all hatchback cars. So we can think of Alto, we can think of Tata Punch, Tata Altros, Hyundai i10, or maybe you can think of all the different cars which are out there, which are all sub 4-meter segment, yet they are all cars. Okay, hatchback cars. So now in this market for sub 4-meter hatchback cars, what is the level of competition that Tata has with Maruti Suzuki, what Maruti Suzuki has with Tata and Hyundai, what they have with, say, Honda? So there is a Honda Jazz also out there. Now what do they have with Kia? Okay, so there is Kia Sonet out there. So different types of players are there, different firms are there, and all these firms together constitute what we call as the industry. Okay, so the entire collection of firms is what we call as industry. So when we say steel industry, it constitutes all the firms that are producing steel. Okay, now within that we can also talk about a smaller segment of steel industry which are producing, for example, steel of a particular type. Say all the entire people who are producing steel sheets, rolls of steel. There can be an industry of within the entire steel industry there will be another segmentation which who are all producing those TMT bars which are used in construction. So those rebars and that I hope you understand the steel rods which are used for construction along with concrete. So there can be different industries, sub-industries, a bigger form of industries. Okay, so the level of competition which exists between the different firms within an industry is one of the major factors to classify. Then second one is the nature of product. So are the different products which are produced by the different firms homogeneous in nature, or are they heterogeneous in nature? If they are heterogeneous, what is the level of heterogeneity? Are they extremely different from each other, or they are different but yet they are quite similar to each other, right? So if you think of steel rods or bars which are used for construction, if you think from Tata Tiscon, or if you think from which is coming from, say, Monga Steel, or different types of companies which are out there, Syscon, and then there is JSPL which is also producing. So all these firms, they produce the same thing, which is steel bar, which is used in construction, but there can be some differences in terms of what is the percentage of carbon which has gone in that steel bar, or the different patterns or the grooves which is there. Or you can think of tires. So if you think of 15-inch radial tires, so there is C8, there is MRF, there is Michelin, there is Pirelli. There are different firms which produce the same 15-inch radial tires, 80 by 90, say, or 90 by 100 radial tires, 15-inch, 90 by 100 radial tires. But all of them produce similar products, but there can be some differences in the grooves that they have, in the thickness of the tires that they have. So there can be some nature of the product we can think of. Okay, then the number of and size of buyers and sellers. So if in a particular market the number of buyers are very large, or if the sellers are very large, or if we have only one buyer, or if we have only one seller. So suppose if you think of now, no, not very much now, but if you think of say railways, so now IRCTC has somewhere come in, but some time back if you think, Indian Railways was the only one seller of railways in the country. Okay, so in that sense what happens, there is only one buyer, sorry, one seller. Okay, but if you think of say vegetable market, if you go to vegetable markets, you will have n number of sellers out there who are selling the same potato, tomato, or whatever green vegetables you can think of. And finally we have freedom to enter into the market and exit from the market, and it applies for both buyers and sellers together, in the sense that if the buyers have the freedom to enter the market easily and without any consideration, and same thing with the sellers. So if the sellers can enter the market, say suppose I want to start a vegetable business, vegetable say shop, then will there be any restriction from other firms which are already existing in the market to me for entering the market? Or when I'm leaving the market, do I need to face certain considerations? Or if you compare this example with another example, say suppose if um, a particular say suppose let's take Tata. So Tata's wanted to enter the airline market. So the amount of competition or the amount of regulatory pressures that they had to face before they could enter the airline market. And now suppose if even if they want to leave, or you think about these SpiceJet people, even if they're incurring so much of losses and if they want to leave, but there are certain barriers that they face in leaving. Compare that with a vegetable market, wherein suppose if I just want to shut my shop and not start selling vegetables from tomorrow, then there is no regulatory pressure on me, or there is no other pressure on me from the buyer's point of view or from the government's point of view in exiting the market. So you can compare the free entry and exit that exists in the vegetable market vis-a-vis the airline market. Okay, now these are some of the different characteristics that I was talking about in the form of morphology is what we refer to. So in perfect competition, there can be very large number of buyers and sellers. The goods are homogeneous, and the number of buyers are also very large, and there is no restriction on the entry and exit. And some of the examples, as you can see, agricultural commodities, unskilled labor market, all these things. Then monopolistic competition, there are a very large number of buyers. There are many buyers, but there are also many sellers in the market. Products are similar but differentiated. For example, if you look at toothpaste, so there can be different toothpastes. There can be a Colgate Total, there can be a Pepsodent, there can be a Sensodyne, there can be an Oral-B. Different toothpastes are there. All of them are doing the same job. That means which is helping us clean our teeth in the morning, but there are certain differentiations. So one claims that we have salt in our toothpaste, the other one claims we have neem in our toothpaste, the other one claims that we help in controlling sensitivity. So everyone is doing the same thing. At the end, tooth protection, gum protection, but slight differentiation is there. Okay, so most of the retail markets for FMCG goods that you see come under this category. Then we have oligopoly, so where we have very few number of sellers, and the products are either very marginally differentiated or undifferentiated altogether. That means they are homogeneous. Buyers are also less, and there are strict restrictions on entry and exit. So if you think of OPEC, if you would have heard of OPEC, oil producing countries, the group of oil producing countries. So it's a form of oligopoly where there are only limited number of countries which produce oil, and therefore they have formed a sort of what we call as a cartel. So under oligopoly, the firms can form a cartel, and therefore they can determine the goods that they are going to produce, how much of output they are going to produce, what price they are going to charge, and accordingly they have some amount of control on their product. And if you can think of the product that they are producing, what they are producing is basically crude oil. Now, if you get crude oil from Iran or if you get crude oil from Saudi Arabia, it's almost the same thing. So there is very close or no differentiation in the product that you are getting. Then we have monopoly, wherein the number of seller is only one. There, since the seller is only one, therefore the product which is being produced is also only one, and therefore it's a unique product. There can be many buyers for that reason. So all of us who use the services of Indian Railways, the entire country is there who uses the service of Indian Railways. So there are many buyers, but there is only one seller. Okay. And then there is restriction in the entry and exit. So suppose if Indian Railways tomorrow says that, boss, we are not going to provide railways anymore, can they do it? No, they cannot do it, right? It cannot be just a matter of click of a finger and they come out of this business. So there are strict restrictions on entry and exit of these firms from the market. And finally, we have monopsony. So there can be very large number of sellers, but there is only one single buyer for that reason. And the products can be very similar for that reason. So if you think of the Indian Army or say defense segment, so all the different that means sellers who are trying to get a defense deal, or say suppose they want to provide these armored vehicles to the Indian Army. So there can be Mahindra who is competing, there is Tata who is competing, there is say Maruti with their Gypsy, they're competing, then there can be Hummer from USA, there can be Humvee, there can be different types, different other BMW will be competing with their bulletproof cars, Audi will come up with their own segment, Jeep will come with their own cars and armored vehicles, and all of them will be competing in order to bid for a similar type of, or I would say a very typical homogeneous commodity, which is the armored vehicle. And who is the buyer? There is only one buyer, which is say Indian Army. So in that case, these are some of the examples of monopsony. Okay.
Sir, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure. Can you go back to the slide? I cannot see the slide, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, okay. A question about monopolistic competition. I didn't quite understand the example that you cited about detergents or toothpastes, because honestly, I didn't, because there are large in numbers and the buyers are also large in numbers. So I didn't quite understand how can it be monopolistic. From what I understand, wouldn't the telecom market in India be more monopolistic in nature, because we barely have 2 or 3 players and they are the only competitors? Like we have Reliance and we have
Actually, see, I had just taken an example in this case for an FMCG commodity, because if you look right now, currently, if you look at the FMCG market is very deep in India and we have very large number of players. But for that reason, yes, the telecom segment, if I be very clear, the telecom segment I would say is more of an oligopoly rather than a monopolistic competition. Because if you look right now, you have Jio, you have Airtel, and you have BSNL. To some extent, you have Vodafone Idea, which is struggling, but we know that their days are counted. So in that case, it's more of an oligopoly. So in that sense, say suppose if Jio wants to goes for increasing their prices of the plans that they offer, immediately what will happen? Airtel will also respond within a matter of a month or two, and they will also change their pricing strategy. So I would rather classify this telecom segment under oligopoly and not monopolistic competition. But what you have said about that, if we can actually classify the retail market of say toothpaste or detergents, can it be a monopolistic? To some extent, yes. But if you look at generic type of products, then it will be more of a perfect competition. But I would still hold my stand that saying that it is monopolistic competition, because if you look at the different types of detergents, they're all similar, but yet everyone tries to claim for some differentiation, in the sense that, can you say that the price that you pay for purchasing the different types of toothpaste which are there in the market, are they exactly the same? No, they are not the same. So you will be paying maybe a higher price for Sensodyne versus a slightly lower price for Colgate Total, then a slightly lower price for say a Colgate Gel, or somewhere similar for the white Pepsodent. But so different products have different prices based on the perception which these sellers give in the minds of buyers, that okay, you buy our commodity because we are offering some difference in the way that you are we are started pricing it in the market, or we are placing it across our competitors. As compared to our competitors, our product is slightly differentiated in some way.
Okay, I think I got it. So just one final question there. How would you distinguish between a monopolistic competition and a perfect competition? If you could just give like an example distinguishing the two.
Monopolistic competition
and the perfect competition, then in that case.
Okay, see, the main idea behind the monopolistic competition and perfect competition, as I was going to proceed further and discuss, but let me just give you a slight hint. The main idea is about pricing strategy. That do individual firms have the the freedom to price their products different from their competitors without incurring any loss of any sort, or without getting extra profits of any sort. So if you look at when I was talking about the example of agricultural commodities, now if you go to the market, say suppose if you go in the evening to the market, if you have say suppose 10 or 15 people who are sitting and selling potato, now all of them will be selling potato at the same rate. There might be a 1 rupee or 2 rupee difference, which you can always bargain and then bring it. Are Baba, the other person is selling at say 25 rupees kg. Why are you charging 27? Ah, okay, fine. How much you want? 2 kgs, take it for 25. So there is no sort of pricing decision. The pricing decision is not in the hands of individual firms. But in monopolistic competition, the pricing decision that should be the price that they should charge for their product is in the hands of the individual firms. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So very quickly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So very quickly we'll move ahead, and I was talking about pricing strategy, right? So a very important thing to be considered whenever we discuss about the different types of markets and the different way, I told you that it all depends on pricing decision, pricing strategy, and accordingly you all understand the fact that why would firms charge a certain price for their product? Because at the end they want profits, and they want to maximize their profits based on the prices that they are charging. Now the prices of any product mainly depends on two things. First thing are the market rules, and the second one is the government rules. So suppose if government comes and fixes a price, as in the case of PDS, public distribution system, or if you remember during just after the COVID, when the airline market opened, there were caps on the amount of prices that can be charged by the various airlines in certain segments. So there the government made rules about pricing, but there we have a larger segment, but that government rule segment is very small. A larger segment where the pricing strategy works is through the interaction of buyers and sellers in the market, and the way they determine the prices. So in any case, the idea for, or the basic fundamental objective of any firm is to charge prices such that they are able to maximize their profit. And we have seen in the last class, if you remember, that profit is defined as the difference between total revenue and total cost, right? So whatever is the revenue that you are getting minus whatever cost you have incurred in producing the commodity that you have produced is the profit that you get. Now if you understand basic math, a basic calculus, I should not assume that you understand, but I'm just talking about the basic fundamental. Now when you have reached the maximum level of profit, say suppose any firm has reached the maximum level of profit, then any change in the output should not change profit. So in that sense, when I say that when profit is maximum, the change in profit should be equal to 0, that means profit will be some high value, some positive high value, but the change in profit will become 0 because there won't be any further increment or decrement in the profit once you reach that maximum point. And accordingly, if you look the first point which says profit pi is equals to TR minus TC, and if you take the differential, the derivative of the first equation, then what do you get? When profit is taken as 0, the first derivative of TR is basically MR, which is marginal revenue. We have discussed this in the last class, that marginal revenue is basically change in total revenue due to change in a unit of quantity sold, output sold, and marginal cost is the change in total cost due to one additional unit of output produced. So MR and MC are basically first derivatives of TR and TC respectively. So at when the profit is maximized, change in profit, which is 0, is equals to MR minus MC, and therefore for profit maximization, MR should be equal to MC. So if you take MC on the left hand side, so what will happen? MR will be equal to MC, and this is the necessary condition for profit maximization. The sufficient condition is that the change in MR should be less than change in MC. And how do we look at that? It's basically that MC at the minimum point of MR, at the minimum point of the marginal revenue, marginal cost should intersect the marginal revenue curve from below. Okay, so whenever marginal revenue should be higher, the change in marginal revenue should be higher than the change in change in marginal cost should be higher than the change in marginal revenue. I'll show this in graph, and then you will be able to understand. If you're taking note, you can just take a note of this, and I'll be able to explain this better when we talk about the graphs. And there is another concept which we also call as the shutdown price. Now we have understood in the last class, if you remember, about the break-even price. The break-even price is the price at which you don't get any profit or loss. So whenever there is zero profit, zero loss, we say that it's a break-even point, and the quantity that is being produced or the price that is being charged at that level, we call it as the break-even price. But there is also something which is called as a shutdown price. Now, what is shutdown price? So you understand that in the short run, firms do incur some level of fixed cost which cannot be changed. But what can be changed is the variable cost. So even if the price which the firms are charging is below their total cost, which is sum of fixed cost and variable cost, the firms can still operate because they cannot we cannot do anything regarding their fixed costs. Say suppose you think of a case. I was recently talking to a person who has a Xerox shop outside our university. Now, during the pandemic, since there were no students, university was shut down, everything was shut down. So there was a fixed cost which he has already incurred in purchasing that Xerox machine, in paying the rent or that area that he has taken, the shop that he has taken. So there is a fixed cost that he's incurring. Now, when the pandemic has stuck and he's not getting any revenue, then what can he do? Can he simply shut down the shop? Maybe not. Maybe he may not shut down the shop, even though the revenue that he's getting from the price that he's charging is below the average cost that he's incurring. But suppose if he's unable to cover the variable cost, the day-to-day expenses that he has to incur, then he will have to shut down the shop. So that is what we call as the shutdown price. So in that case, if the price that or the revenue that the firm is getting, and if it is below the average variable cost, the variable cost, the day-to-day cost that we have to incur in running our business, if we are getting a price which is below the variable cost, then the firm will shut down. Okay. Now, moving ahead, I hope you have understood. Is there any confusion here? You can ask me before we move to the actual market forms. Okay. Now we move to the first market structure, which is perfect competition. And as I have discussed earlier, so in perfect competition, there are very large numbers of buyers and sellers. There is since there are very large number of buyers and sellers, there is no concentration as such. That means there cannot be any cartels which can be formed as such. Further, the products are standard and homogeneous in nature, and there is easy entry and exit for both buyers and sellers. And one important thing here is that since each buyer and seller is is a very or what we can say that has a very insignificant share in the overall market, that is, we are assuming that the market size is so large that each buyer and seller is as such insignificant in the overall picture of the market. Therefore, they don't have each firm does not have any control over the price that they are charging. This is what I was discussing earlier, and I was answering to one of the participants in the class, that the individual firms do not have a direct control over the prices that they are going to charge, and hence they are not price maker, but they are just price taker. So whatever is the price which is prevailing in the market, they can simply agree to sell their products at the given price without any distinction from the market price which prevails. Now you will ask in that case that how does the market price is determined? So if individual firms cannot determine what will be the price, then how does the market price is determined? That again is determined based on the individual decisions that happen between the buyers and sellers, in the sense that suppose if I go to the market and I'll interact with certain sellers, say suppose a particular seller has come to the market. Let's think of again this vegetable market. So in the vegetable market, a particular seller has come with with an idea that okay, I'll be selling my potatoes at 20 rupees a kg. But when they come to the market, they find that all the buyers, whosoever is coming to them, and if he's selling at 20, no one is ready to purchase at 20. They're like, ah, you are charging too high, we are not going to buy potato. So what will he be forced to do? They'll be forced to reduce the price to say 18 or 19, and then come a point where okay, the buyers and sellers are coming at an equilibrium, that okay, buyer is ready at paying say 15 rupees, seller is also ready at paying 15 rupees. Say suppose the seller feels that 15 rupees is too low, they will exit the market and they will maybe go to other market and they will search that okay, wherever they can get a better price. For that reason, buyers, if they feel that the price is too high for a particular commodity, they can move to some other buyers, prospective sellers. They can move to some other prospective sellers who can sell them. But in any case, if they are able to arrive at a consensus that okay, fine, you want to sell at 18, I am ready to buy at 18 and not 20, what you are quoting. Then, and if this ensures across all the different buyers and sellers which are there in the market, say suppose there are 10 different sellers and there are 20 different buyers who have come to the market, all of them come at a consensus that we are going to buy potatoes at 18 and sellers are also ready to sell potatoes at 18 rupees per kg. Then what has happened? The price has reached by a consensus of all the buyers and sellers, and not by and it is not set by an individual buyer or an individual seller. So it's basically an aggregation, the price which is set in the market. So here, as you can see, ID is the industry demand, so which is downward sloping. IS is the industry supply, which is upward sloping. So at the conjecture or at the intersection of industry demand and industry supply, which is nothing but the aggregate of individual demand and supply curves, the price is determined. Now, once the price is determined, which is P, each firm will take this price as P and will be ready to sell any amount of quantity at this given price. So if they sell 2 kgs or 20 kgs or 200 kgs, the price which is set in the market will remain the same. And therefore, you see the price line is a horizontal line which is parallel to x-axis. That means price is not going to change irrespective of whatever quantity is changing. I hope you are clear with whatever we have discussed till now.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, does the brand also determine the price?
Now, when you talk about brand, that means we are not talking about homogeneous commodities, and therefore we are moving away from the concept of perfect competition. Now,
No, for example, the as you mentioned, the detergent powders.
Yes.
Some detergent powder they are priced at a higher rate.
Yes.
Still there are buyers for that.
Yes, because there is a brand value.
So the price does that determine the price also?
Definitely. Okay. So see, for that reason, you might be seeing this ads of lens cart in the, if you watch Shark Tank or anything. Now there is Karan Johar who is talking to Piyush Bansal, and he says that, hey, why are you charging so less for the glasses? I cannot buy anything which is less than ₹1,00,000. Do you think that frames and specs which are close to ₹1,00,000, why are people buying it? Because if you go and buy a frame which is from, say, Louis Vuitton or Gabbana or whatever brands that you think of, those high brands, people buy those clothes. What is the utility? The utility served is the same, but you can buy the same thing from your local optician. The utility served is the same, but people pay a higher price just because there is a brand value. There is a not only a brand value, but there is a sort of luxury value which it gives to the buyers also. It's a repute which gives to the buyers also. Sellers also command some sort of a not only brand value, but also some sort of, what do you say, that market power, in the sense of being differentiated from the other hordes of the general commodities which people consume. Okay.
We are forced to believe that the brand, the more famous the brand name, the product is a good one.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you,
okay. So brand value definitely adds to the pricing strategy. Okay. Now,
can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So the in perfect competition, is it the demand and the supply which is determining the price?
Now,
based on the demand and supply.
The demand and supply does determine, but it's the market demand and market supply. I what in that sense I mean to say the overall aggregate demand and supply, and not the individual demand and supply patterns of each buyer and seller. That is not relevant. What is relevant is how does the entire market operate as a whole.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. But you can always argue that what is the aggregate? It's basically the sum of individual. So in that sense, yes, individuals do contribute, not directly, but indirectly. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's all. Now, again, if since you all are doing MBA, and I don't want to stick to a regular economics sort of a course, for that reason, I would be very frank in noting that the concept of perfect competition, a pure concept of perfect competition, is a myth. It's a hypothetical world, because for that reason, even if you go to vegetable market, you can always differentiate between, okay, your say suppose you are going to buy, say, leafy vegetables. It seems that it's slightly not fresh, even though it's the same leafy vegetable which the other person is also selling, but you can always differentiate somewhere based on the size, based on the freshness, based on some other parameter, and therefore you want to choose, say, seller 1 versus seller 2, or you have some sort of connect with seller 1 because they may be extending some line of credit to you in the past, or they have behaved well with you in the past, because of which you are able you go to them and not to someone else. Okay, so whenever we want to get deeper into the concept of perfect competition, as in if all the conditions satisfy, no, you cannot think of any market which we can claim as a pure perfect competition, purely perfectly competitive. market. There is always some level of heterogeneity which can be seen across the different commodities which are being sold. But in different smaller segments, market segments, some level of competition, perfectly competitive market can be thought of. Yes, someone has raised their hand. Surender.
So you can continue.
Okay.
So the screen is not okay.
Yeah, I was on the meet screen. Now, in this case, what do you see that, as I had noted, that for profit maximization, what do we need? We need MR equals to MC, and that the change in MR should be less than change in MC. That means, as you can see here, that is, let me explain now in this case. We all have seen in the past class that MC curves are, or for that reason, cost curves are U-shaped. So as you can see, there is this ATC curve, AVC curve, and the MC curve. And the price curve, which is basically MR, AR is equals to MR. Why AR equals to MR? So this is very important, that in a perfect competition, price equals to AR equals to MR, because for each different, like what is MR basically? It is the change in revenue due to a unit increment in the quantity sold. So if you are charging the same price for all units of commodity that is being sold, so even if you sell one commodity or two commodities, three commodities, four commodities, the revenue that you get for each unit of that commodity will remain the same. Therefore, what will happen? And that is equal to the price that you are charging. So for a perfectly competitive firm, the price is equal to MR is equals to AR, and that is the straight line that you see here, the horizontal straight line. Now, for profit to be maximum, we say that MC should be equal to MR. So you see point A. So at point A, MC and MR are intersecting, and it in a way that MC is intersecting MR from below. So if you extend, say suppose if you extend, can you see my cursor? Is my cursor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So suppose if I extend this MC curve in this direction, and suppose if there was a point here somewhere where my cursor is pointing, where MC is intersecting, suppose at this point where MC is intersecting MR from above, it won't be a point of profit maximization, but only when MC intersects MR from below, it's a point of profit maximization. Why so? I'll discuss in a bit. Now, when it is intersecting from below, A is the point of equilibrium. So the amount of quantity which firm 1 should supply should be equal to OQ1. Okay. And now if you see that at the point of intersection, if you draw a line which intersects the total cost, so you understand that the difference between total cost and revenue, the revenue and cost difference is basically what is the profit. So you think, now you understand that what is OQ1? OQ1 is the quantity, or it is Q, that Q, okay? CB, so OQ1 equals to CB. So CB is also the quantity. AB is basically the difference between the price and the cost. So this is basically price and this is the quantity. So PABC, this shaded region that you see, is the total profit that you are getting. What is profit? It is basically TR minus TC. Now if you look at what is TR? TR is basically AR into Q. What is AR here? AR is the line segment which is OP. OP is AR. You can see AR is given as OP. OP is AR multiplied with OQ1 is TR, which is Q, minus. So this entire O, P, A, Q1 is the TR, total revenue. This area is TR, O, P, A, Q1. What is TC? TC is basically AC into Q. TR is AC into Q. So what is AC? AC is equals to OC. So OC is the AC, average cost, multiplied with OQ, which is the quantity. So OCBQ1 is the total cost. Now, if you subtract OPAQ1, which is the total revenue, minus OCBQ1, which is the total cost, what are you left with? This shaded region, which is PCBA, and this is the profit. Okay, so the idea is that this is the profit which is accruing to the firm. Now, when I was telling you that suppose this MC curve, let me 1 second pick a pen and suppose 1 second, yeah. You think that this MC was something like this. Suppose the MC curve is something like this. Now, if at this point, if you can see that MC equals to MR, MC is equals to MR at this point also, where MC is intersecting from above. Now, if you look at this point, if the price price was determined at this point, will there be a profit which is the profit which is obtained, will it be less than or greater than PABC? I'll repeat my question. Suppose the amount of if the equilibrium was the point which I have highlighted here, and not the point A, then what would have been the condition? If the profit was maximized at this point and not at this point, then this size of this shaded region would be smaller. The size of the shaded region would be smaller, and therefore the profit obtained will be lesser than the profit which is obtained now. And therefore, maximizing profit, it is important that MC equals to MR, but MC intersects MR from below. Okay. So in this is a case where the firm is getting some profit. If we move ahead, there are other conditions also. Now, in this case, what do you see? That this is the case what we have seen earlier, profit is obtained, which is the shaded region. But suppose if this ATC curve moves above and it is tangential to point A, if ATC is higher, so if the firm has higher cost, average cost is higher for a given firm, and it is tangential at point A, then what will happen? The firm will work, but it will be working at no profit, no loss basis. But if the total cost is so high that it is higher than this point of MC equals to MR, then what will happen? The firms are inefficient. But you can see that still AVC, average variable cost, is below the price. So the price is still higher than average variable cost. But in firm 4, the price which is being charged is lower than average variable cost. And as we had discussed earlier, this is a case of shutdown point. Okay, so wherever you have the price below average variable cost, you see AVC curve is here. So AVC is higher than price line. That means the firms are operating at very high cost basis. The cost which the firms are incurring is very high. Therefore, it's better for them to shut down and not continue any further production and operation. Okay, so firms can get a profit. They can operate at no profit, no loss. They can operate at some loss, but in the short run losses will be there, but in the long run they will maybe cover up their losses. But if the losses are so high that they are unable to recover even their variable cost that they are incurring, then it's better to close down. Okay. Then comes the case of monopoly. Monopoly, as we have discussed, there is only one single producer and one single unique product which is there in the market, and therefore entry and exit is prohibited for the sellers in that case. For the seller, I won't say sellers, but seller. Now there are two versions of monopoly. One is a simple monopoly. That means the firm charges a uniform price for all the products for all its customers. So even though I am a monopoly, say suppose let's take an example, say like it's a hypothetical example, but let's take I am manufacturing let's think of computers. So if I'm manufacturing a certain type of, let's take calculator, and I'm charging, and it's such unique that no one is able to produce that particular calculator. Again, the point is that there is very difficult to think of simple monopolies, because all the monopolies are largely discriminating monopolies in the sense that they charge different prices for different products that they are producing. Nonetheless, if a given monopoly is charging a same price for all the products that it is selling, that we say that it's a simple monopoly. But most of the cases that we observe, that the monopoly, what do they do is that for different the same product, even if they are producing the same product, but they will charge different prices to different customers in different markets, and therefore that what we say them are the discriminating monopoly. So if you think of Apple, so the price of iPhone, which is there in India, is different from what is there in US, is different from what is there in UK, is different from there in different markets. Okay, if you think of even Indian Railway, so if you think of the product as the train travel between, say, Delhi to Mumbai, but they will be charging different prices for the different seats that they are offering. Okay, for the different trains that they are offering in the same uh, route. Okay, so in most cases what we encounter are the discriminating monopolies. Now what is important to understand,
Sir.
that yes,
Sir, in simple words, monopoly is the one who kills competition. Am I right?
pardon?
Sir, monopoly is the one who kills competition in the market.
See, it can be different types. So it's not that someone who is killing a competition. There can also be a natural monopoly which has occurred. So for example, if you think of the nuclear power, or for that reason certain weapon manufacturing, so in those cases, given the nature of the product, there might be only one unique seller in the, or producer in the market. Okay,
Okay,
so
sir.
in that case, it's a case of natural monopoly. But otherwise, if, say, suppose, as you can think, if Jio is able to kill Airtel and all other, hypothetically again, all the other players in the market, then Jio will become a monopoly. So it's
Yes,
not
sir.
necessary that monopoly is the one who kills all other competitors, but that can be one of the sub cases.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now how do we determine prices in a monopoly? Now it's important to understand that again the price which monopoly has to determine will be depending on the basic rules of demand and supply. So suppose if the monopoly is charging a price which is so high, what will happen? That certain buyers, they will say that, boss, we are really not fine with the price that you are charging, therefore eventually the monopoly can even die out. So the idea is, just to quickly sum up since the time is running short, monopoly can decide one thing: either they can decide the price that they are charging or the amount of output they are going to sell. They cannot decide both things simultaneously, that I am going to produce 20 units and I will charge 1,000 rupees for the 20 units that I'm going to sell. It can be in real life, sometimes it can happen, but it can last only for a shorter period, but it cannot last for the entire lifetime of that monopoly for that reason. Okay, so in that case, a monopoly also is powerful, is all in all powerful, but given that the number of buyers is very large, in order for the monopoly to be able to maximize their profit, it's not that just sell. In order for the monopoly to be able to maximize their profit, they will have to give in to some extent, either to the price choices which the buyers have or the quantity choices which the buyers have. Okay, so if you look in this case, that now since in a monopoly, what happens, since they have there is no unique price that they can charge, the price line or the demand curve is downward sloping, as is the general case. So you can see that AR is downward sloping in nature, and we had seen in the last class that if AR is downward sloping, MR will be below the AR, and so MR is also downward sloping. In perfect competition, you had seen, since AR was flat MR was coinciding the AR curve. But in this case, since AR is downward sloping, MR is below the AR curve. And again, you can see point E where MC is equals to MR and it is intersecting MR from below. So the amount of quantity that the monopoly has to has to produce or sell is OQ1, and the price that the monopoly has to charge is OP1. So you understand that the intersection is happening at E1 where MR is equals to MC, but you have to extend this on the AR. Why AR? Because AR is the price line. So here the price charged is OP1, quantity sold is OQ1, and therefore you can again see the difference between the average cost. So this is the AR and this is the AC. So the difference between average cost and average revenue is the profit. So PCBA is again the profit which accrues to the monopoly. Okay, this is the profit that as we have seen in the previous case. Now, when I talk about discriminating monopoly, so since the monopoly can charge different prices to different people in the different markets, so we have something what is known as price discrimination, which is defined by the monopoly power. Now, generally we would require, like socially, in if the society is egalitarian, and since even if there is a monopoly, we would require that the marginal cost which the monopoly is incurring, so whatever is the cost which they incur, should be equal to the price that they are extracting from the buyers. Therefore, price should be equal to MC. But if the monopoly charges a price which is higher than the cost which they are incurring, then we say that they are discriminating, or they are charging a price which is higher than the marginal cost that they're incurring. And therefore, we can find a way to understand how much of discrimination, price discrimination, is the monopoly able to do, or how much is the level of power which monopoly controls in being able to charge a higher price or extract a higher amount of money from the people. And that we measure using the learner's index, which is given as P minus MC by P. So it's basically the difference of the price which the monopoly is charging over the marginal cost which they're incurring, divided by the price, so relative to the price that they are charging. Now we have three different types of price discrimination: first degree price discrimination, second degree price discrimination, and third degree price discrimination. So in first degree price discrimination, for each single unit of commodity which the monopoly is selling, for each different consumer, they will charge a different price. Say, suppose if you think of auctions, or where we have to bid, that okay, there is a floor price which is say 100 rupees. Now anyone and everyone who can bid higher than 100 will get at a higher amount. So for every different commodity which even if I have, say, suppose 10 commodities which I am putting up for bid, for each of the 10 different commodities which 10 different buyers will buy, in an auction 10 different prices can prevail. So that is a case of first degree price discrimination, which is the worst form of price discrimination, where each consumer pays a different price for each different unit of the commodity which they are buying. In the second degree, what happens, there different groups are identified, and each group has a different price which they are charged. For example, again, railways. So suppose if you are traveling by Rajdhani, you pay a different price for the same third AC versus what you are traveling by a super fast, versus what you are traveling by a Garib Rath, versus what you are traveling by an express train. So for different groups of consumers, different prices are charged, but within a given group, the same price is charged. That is the second degree price discrimination. And the third degree is where there is a marginal price discrimination, but it is not very high as compared to first and second degree. For example, loyalty programs based on which you get discount. Say, suppose if I am a buyer who has purchased more in the past, so the discount which I'm eligible to get can be higher than compared to any other buyer who has purchased less in the past and therefore has lesser loyalty points. So that is a way of looking at third degree price discrimination. I think I should end here. But if you look at, we have discussed more about monopolistic competition also, that there are large number of buyers and sellers, but it's somewhere between the monopoly and perfect competition in a way that the price decisions are made by the firms, yet they don't control the entire market segment altogether. That is one important thing for a monopolistic competition and monopoly, is that for a monopolistic competition, P equals to MC, but in monopoly, P is greater than MC. The difference between perfect competition and monopolistic competition is that in perfect competition, AR was equal to MR, but in monopolistic competition, AR and MR are different. And the way the profit is determined in monopolistic competition is exactly similar to what we have seen in monopoly, that it's the same graph if you can realize. But if you just compare this graph for a while, and so you see the areas and you see the costs that just focus on the area of PCBA and the average cost curve, the placement of the average cost curve. Just look at that, and I will bring here this graph. What do you see? The average cost is much lower and the profit which is extracted is much higher in monopoly. So given the fact that there are much higher number of buyers and sellers in the market in the perfect competition, the amount of profit which each individual firm that can extract is lower than what a monopoly can extract. Yet the monopolistic competitive firms have the leverage of being able to extract a higher profit as compared to perfectly competitive firms. Okay, so this is about the three different market types that we have discussed today. With this, I'll end the class, and in the next class we'll discuss if you have any questions about monopolistic competition, and we'll compare that with oligopoly and duopoly, and then move to the other thing. So if you have any question, you can ask. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, will there be any solving problems in the exams or only theoretical questions, sir?
See, there may be some solving problems also, because as you can see in your books that are prescribed as reference text, there are questions and numericals also.
Okay.
Okay, so that is what I can say. I can expect that there can be, but you please understand that what will finally happen in the question paper is not in my purview for that reason. Okay, so I'm not the final judgment, but given the reference text that I can see that is prescribed, there are numerical problems. Someone had asked in the last class also, so I'm again clarifying, since they are there, so there might be. So please prepare accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello, students.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I think just now your class is over. Shall we continue, or 1 or 2 minutes? I'll give you time. You need some time, or shall we continue?
You can continue, sir.
You can continue, sir. Yeah, we are going to. I welcome all of you. Once again, we are going to discuss about the this business environment law. Okay. And last class we were discussing about law of contract, isn't it? So we will continue with that one. Yeah. So can anyone say that where we were in last week, what we have discussed? Do you remember? Okay, let me upload my PPT first so that you will be able to know. Again, PPT uploading. Just a second.
Sir.
Yeah, students, some technical glitch. After the few minutes, we'll upload our PPT. By the time that I'll discuss about what we have last time, we have discussed about the law of contract, and we were discussing different types of contract, right? And today we are going to discuss about the modes of discharge of contract. How we are going to discharge the contract. So you see, a contract is a discharge. Contract is discharged when the rights and obligations created by the both the parties come to an end. When both the parties they have performed their duties, whatever they are supposed to do, they have performed their obligation, fulfill their obligation, then it will be called as the contract is discharged. Discharge or termination of contract means termination of contract, relation between the parties to and just a second. Hello. Student, can you see PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. See, when both the parties have either carried out or fulfilled their obligation to carry it out under the contract, whatever it is mentioned in contract, if they have fulfilled the obligation, then it is called as, that means they have discharged the contract. We'll see that what are the occasion, what are the modes of discharging of contract. Contract or termination can be, you can terminate the contract also. So, like you can see, there are different modes of termination. One is called as like, just a second. A contract can be terminated by discharge or any of the following, like by performance. When both the parties perform the obligation, legal obligation, whatever the agreement it is made on the contract, and if both the parties fulfilled, that means it is called as they have performed their duty. For example, A have promised B to pay 1,000 rupee once A give him some of the article. If A gives him article, B, it is B's obligation that he has to pay 1,000 rupee. If both the parties, A has given article to the B and B has paid the sum of rupee 1,000 rupee. That means they have performed. Both of them, they have performed. That can be called as the discharge has been, contract has been discharged. When both the parties perform their obligation, it is called as contract is, they have discharged the contract. That means they have fulfilled. Another one is by consent or agreement. By consent of agreement in the sense contract, if there is an agreement. Suppose both the parties they have agreed to change the contract. In between both the parties they wanted to change certain terms and conditions of the contract. With the consent of both the parties they can change, or they can make a new contract also. They can stop the contract also. So if agreement is there, they can, by consent or agreement, you can discharge the contract. Again, when contract is discharged by impossibility, if it is, there is a chances of impossibility. For example, when making a contract, something was possible, law was there, so they would have done it. After that, suppose law has changed. So due to impossibility, they cannot perform the contract. It will consider as the contract has been discharged. Suppose in case of death of the party, one of the party, he dies. Then in that case also, it would be considered as the discharge contract had been discharged. Like anything, suppose some of the subject matter of the contract is destroyed. So in that case also, it will be contract can be considered as a discharge. Similarly, by lapse of time, once time contract period is over, if the time is over, then it will be considered as the contract has been discharged. Within the stipulated time, if it is there, then it can be performance is possible. Or if the lapse of time is there, means time has been passed, so you cannot say that contract is alive. It is contract is discharged. For example, contract period is 1 year. After 1 year, you can say the contract is discharged. By operation of law, if there is any law is created, then in that case also you can consider as the contract has been discharged. Breach of contract. If one of the party breaches breach of contract he does, then in that case other party has he can go to the court of law and it can be considered the contract has been discharged. By material alteration, if there is any material alteration in the contract, then in that case you can say that contract has been discharged. These are the various modes of discharge of contract. Just a second, PPT is not moving. I don't know why. 1 second, please. Just a second. Let me. Yeah. There's a problem. PPT is not changing. Is it visible now, PPT?
Not
Hello?
visible. Yes, sir,
Yeah.
it's visible.
Presenting, sir. Then remedies for breach of contract. If some party does the breach of contract, in the what is the remedies? You can see that here parties to a lawful contract are bound to perform their respective obligation. Whatever the contract it is, the agreement is made in the contract. It is bound to both the party to perform their respective obligation. If one party fails to do that, then another party can go to the court of law for its compensation or for its remedy. So one party repudiate the contract by refusing to perform his obligation. He is said to have committed breach of contract. That means whatever it is made in agreement or contract, if one party does not fulfill that, then that means he has committed breach of contract. The other parties, he can go to the court of law. Similarly, in case of the breach, the aggrieved party is relieved from the performing obligation and gets a right to proceed against the party at fault. He can go to the court of law against the party who has committed the breach of contract. In case of breach of contract, the law provides remedy to an injured party as follows. What are those? Cancellation of rescission. Cancellation or the contract can be cancelled by the court of law. Then restitution, specific performance, injunction, damages, and quantum merit. These are the legal action can be taken against the this party who has made the breach of contract. Next, this is all about the contract. Next, we'll go to the agency. According to the section 182 of the Contract Act, is an agent is a person employed to do any act for another person or to represent another in his dealing with a third person. The person for whom such an act is done is so represented is called the principal. In case of agency, there is a law of agency. In that case, there is a principal and agent. Who is called as agent? An agent is a person who is permitted or is given permission on behalf of the master to do something or not to do something. That is called as agent. And the person whom such an act is done, which represented, is called as principal. Again, you see, agent acts as a connecting link between the principal and the third party. When the agent does a business with the third party on behalf of master, the agent does the business. He is the connecting link between the master and the to whom you are making contract. So he is the third person who deals on behalf of the master with the to whom the business is being done. After enforcing the contract behalf of the principal with the third party, he ceases to be a party to the contract. When the business starts, the liability of agent is over. Now it is the liability of the principal to the party, and he ceases to be a party to the contract, and the contract comes into existence only between the principal and third party. In this case, when the business started, he was the only liaising person between the two parties on behalf of master, principal, and with the party to whom we are doing business. He is the linking between the two parties. Once business starts, the role of agent is over. Now the principal will be responsible and the third this party will be doing business. So there is no role of agent in between now. How can be agency will be created? Agency can be created by express agreement, and by implied agreement, agency by ratification. So there are the various way of creating an agency. First is by let us see by express agreement. The authority of an agent may be expressed or implied. It can be expressed or implied. Implied in the sense by action itself, it will be understood that he has created the agency. An authority says to be expressed when it is given words or spoken or written. When it is in written or spoken, that can be called as express. When by action it is understood that agency has been created, that is called as implied. For example, you can see A asked B to sell his cow for a commission of 10% on sale. Okay, A asked B to sell his cow. B is the agent in between. A, the principal, he asked to agent to sell his cow for commission of 10% on sale. B agrees to do so. Agency has been created. What is that? Agency has been created between A and B. Now A is the principal and B is the agent. The agreement need to be in writing, but in certain cases, law requires the agreement to be. It can be written or it can be oral also, but in some cases it will be. Law says that law requires that agreement to be in writing. For example, sale or purchase of land. In that case, you need to have a written agreement. Orally, it will not be permitted. The law requires the agent to be appointed by executing a formal power of attorney. Now, agent can be given the power of attorney. On behalf of master, the agent can deal with the third party. So, power of attorney will be given to the agent. So, power is vested with the agent for the particular purpose. So, this is by express agreement. By implied agreement means an authority is said to be implied when it is to be inferred from the circumstances of the case and things spoken or written or the ordinary course of dealing. When the a particular person performs, during the performance, it will be it seems that they have created an agency. For example, A owns a shop. The shop is managed by B. and he is in the habit of ordering goods from C in the name of A for the purpose of the shop and of paying for them out of A's fund with A's knowledge. B has an implied authority from A to order goods from C in the name of A of the purpose of the shop. Here you see, little bit complicated. A owns a shop. Here A is the owner, he is the principal. The shop is managed by B. B is the agent here. And he is in the habit of ordering goods from the C. C is the third party. From third party, on behalf of principal, agent is procuring product or goods in the name of A for the purpose of shop, because A is the owner of the shop. For him, B is ordering to C and paying out of A's fund. What B is doing, agent is doing from the fund of owner. Okay, and it is in the knowledge of owner also. B has an implied authority from A to order goods from C. It is implied that C in the name of A for the purpose of shop. It is implied that B on behalf of A, B is ordering to C. C should not have any objection that C has understood that on behalf of principal, the agent is doing work. So if there is any problem in between or any legal obligation it comes, it will be once the duties perform, after that owner, the liability will rest on owner, the shop owner and the third party. So agent in between, he will be, his work will be over. Next is agency by ratification. A person may become another's agent after having done some work for the latter, if the latter ratifies the act. Suppose a person works for another, suppose for master, servant works for master. For longer period, he has worked for his master. Later on, he has accepted that he is my agent. When a person adopts or accepts an act done on his behalf, but without his authority, said to have ratified it. For example, you see, A without authority buy goods for B. Afterward, B sells them to C on his own account. B's conduct implies a ratification of the purchase made for him by A. Now here it is understood that it is automatically ratified because B does work from A and B, same thing he sells to C. It is understood that B is doing on behalf of A. So he has never objected and never said anything on this in between. That's why it will be considered as a B on behalf of A. B is working and B's conduct implies as ratification of the purchase made from A. So this is how the agency is created. So agency can be created by express of agreement, by implied agreement, or by ratification. Now you can see what are the duties and rights of an agent. First, let us see duties of an agent. To follow principal direction or custom. Whatever direction is given by the master or principal, the agent has to follow that one. Or whatever the custom he follows, similarly, the agent has to follow as per the owner's advice. The skill and diligence to work. It is the duty of the agent to do the work with skill and diligence. So what is he is supposed to do with that skill and knowledge? He should work to render proper account. Whatever he works, he does. He should give the proper account to the principal. To communicate with the principal. Whatever he does the work, or as an agent, if he does do business with third party, so that has to be communicated to that has to bring to the knowledge of the principal. Not to deal on his own account. He should not do anything of his personal account. He has to do with the principal's account. If he buys goods from C, that has to be taken from the principal account, not his personal account. To pay some receipt for principal, he has to pay whatever he has received from the principal. Not to delegate any authority to any other thing. He cannot delegate his authority to third person that you do on behalf of me, you do the work. He cannot delegate. So on principal death or insanity, this is not required, not to delegate authority. These are the duties of an agent. Then what are the rights of an agent? Right to remuneration. He has to get the remuneration. Suppose on behalf of A, the agent does some work and he has invested some money. It is to be remunerated from the owner's account. Every agent is entitled to receive the remuneration agreed upon with the principal. Whatever the principal has agreed, so that remuneration he has to get it. Like monthly wise or day wise, whatever he has agreed, that has the amount has to be paid to the agent. Right of a retainer, he has the right to retain the product or goods on behalf of his master. Right to lien, he can lien the product on behalf of master, he has to lien the product to other. Right to indemnity and guarantee, he can give on behalf of his master. This is one small unit, that agency. Next one is small zone laws, contract of sales of goods. This is another law. A contract of sales of goods is a contract whereby the seller agrees to transfer the property in goods the buyer for a price. There should be two parties, buyer and seller. And sales of goods is a contract. It is also a kind of contract whereby the seller agrees to transfer the property in goods to buyer. Seller transfer the goods to buyer. There are two parties, seller and buyer. And there has to be mutual consent. Both the parties, they should have mutual consent. Just the presence of two parties is not sufficient. The parties must agree on the transfer of property. Both the parties should have the consent for the same thing. What a contract of sale stipulates is the transfer of property, that is the ownership of the goods and not the possession of the goods. It is what is transferring the ownership. So that is sales of goods, contract of sales of goods. Ownership is transferred to the other party. Similarly, goods means every kind of movable property other than the external claims or money. These are what are the goods, what is price. Next is law of insurance. The contract of insurance is called an hereditary contract because it depends on an uncertain event. So, like we have discussed contingent contract, like on happening of things. So it is uncertain event. For example, if property is stolen by the thief, then the insurance money will be given. Or if the car meets with accident, after the insurance money will be given. So on happening of thing, uncertain event. What are the fundamental principles? Good faith, insurable interest, indemnity, mitigation of loss, attachment of risk, causa proxima. So these are the conditions for insurance. There has to be good faith, and then should be insurable interest when the happening taken place. In that case, insured amount of money has to be paid. There has to be indemnity, mitigation of loss. They have to meet the loss, whatever spent invested in loss, attachment of risk, and causa proxima. These are the, so example is insurance. So in this case, in case of insurance, these are the various ingredients. Then reinsurance. Reinsurance is a contract which insures the thing originally insured. Actually, this is insured, and again, for extension of it, you are extending, and by which an insurance is to be indemnified against any loss. Suppose 1 year insurance is there, you are extending for another year. So you are doing reinsure. If anything happens, your insurance money will be given back. Similarly, double insurance. These are the some conditions of insurance. Reinsurance, double insurance you can do. Now, what are the different types of policy in insurance? Like voice policy, where the contract is to insure the subject matter at and from or from the place to another other is called a voice policy. When the matter goods is transferred from one place to other place, that is called voice policy. Similarly, time policy, when the contract is to be insured the subject matter for a definition period of time, that is called a time policy. Similarly, value policy. Value policy is a capacity is a policy which specifies the agreed value of the subject matter insured. Whatever the agreed value is made in the contract, that is to be accepted. Unvalued policy, that is policy which does not specify the value of the matter. Here there is no specific amount is fixed. So based on that conditions, the amount can be fixed, which is called an unvalued policy. Similarly, floating policy, it is a policy which describes the insurance in general terms and leaves the name of the ship or ship particulars in the defined subsequent declaration. Waiver of honors. It is a policy in which the assured has no insurable interest in insurer or underwriter willing to dispense. These are the small laws in contract. Otherwise, main what we have discussed, the law of contract, and one is another is Negotiable Instrument Act. This is also very popular. All of you must have seen the negotiable instrument like check. One second. The negotiable instrument 8080. The law relating to negotiable instrument is primarily contained in the negotiable instrument 1881. Negotiable instrument is essentially an instrument of credit readily converted to money and easily delivered from one person to another. For example, you are giving check to another person, so the amount will be readily transferred to the other person. The word negotiable means transferable from one person to another, and the term instrument means any written document by which right is created in favor of the some person. Negotiable instrument is a document by which right vested in person can be transferred to another person in accordance with the provision of Negotiable Instrument Act 1881. And negotiable instrument does not affect the provision of Section 30 and 32 of the Reserve Bank of India Act. The Reserve Bank of India Act is not coming under the negotiable. That is separate, and Negotiable Instrument Act is different. So salient feature of negotiable instrument, it is freely transferable. Defect-free title of the transferee. There should not be any defect or overwriting in the negotiable instrument. Recovering, it can be recovered. Sealing and transfer, it can be transferred to other person. Payable to order. By order, it has to be paid. Payment is to be made. A presumption is to be taken whose name is made in the negotiable instrument. What are the different kinds of negotiable instrument? One is bill of exchange, promissory note, and check. These are the negotiable instruments. Now let us see what is bill of exchange. A bill of exchange is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order signed by the maker directing a certain person to pay a certain sum of money only to or the order a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. What is bill of exchange? It is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order. What is the order? And the order is to be signed by the maker. And direction is to be made to pay certain amount to the certain person on the order of certain. When the person gives the order, certain amount is to be paid to the particular person or to the bearer of instrument, or who is holding the instrument, she has to be paid, is to get paid. So bill of exchange is an instrument in writing and containing unconditional order signed by the maker directing a person to pay a certain amount of money only to the order of a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. So it is a written document. It is a unconditional order which is to be signed by the maker and directing a person to pay. Similarly, what is a promissory note? A promissory note is an instrument in writing, not being a bank note or a currency note. Currency or bank note, it cannot be called as promissory note. It is an instrument like bill of exchange. This is also instrument in writing containing an unconditional undertaking. Here, the difference between here unconditional order. In case of promissory note, it is a unconditional undertaking signed by the maker to pay a certain sum of money only to or the order of a certain person, only bearer of the instrument. Here it was a bill of exchange, it was an unconditional order. It is a written document, unconditional order signed by the maker. When to be paid? When the person presenting the or ordering the other person to pay. Similarly, promissory note is unconditional undertaking. Like they write, I promise to pay. I promise to pay such and such amount of money to the holder. When you present that one, he has to pay the amount of money. So that is promissory note. Similarly, check. A check is the usual method of withdrawing money from an account with a banker. What you check normally you use, you give the present to the bank and bank gives you money. A check is in essence is an order by the customer of the bank directing the banker to pay demand the specified amount. When you present the check, it is a banker has to pay you money. That is called a check. These are the three different type of negotiable instrument. Now we can see what are the difference between promissory note and bill of exchange. In case of promissory note, there are only two parties, the maker and the payee. The maker who has promised to pay the amount and the payee, the creditor. There are two parties. But in case of bill of exchange, there are three parties, the drawer, the drawee and the payee. Here he is directing the other person in between person to pay the third person. So here in case of bill of exchange, there are three parties. In case of promissory note, there are two parties. In case of promissory note, contains an unconditional promise. Here, promissory note, it is a promise. But in case of bill of exchange, it is a unconditional order. In case of promissory note, no prior acceptance is needed. But in case of bill of pay, after sight must be accepted by the drawee or his agent. Both the party has to be accepted. In case of promissory note, the liability of the maker or drawer is primary and absolute. But in case of bill of exchange, the liability of the drawee is secondary and the condition of a non-payment by the drawee. Similarly, in case of promissory note, no notice of dishonor need be given. In case of promissory note, no dishonor of notice to be given. But in case of bill of exchange, notice of dishonor must be given by the holder. Similarly, what is the difference between check and bill of exchange? Check must be drawn only on a banker. You have to go to the bank and submit the check. Bill of exchange can be drawn on any person, including a banker. It can be to the banker or it can be to any person, because you are ordering to pay that person that much amount to the holder. So in case of check, the amount is always payable on demand. When it is demanded, by the time it is to be paid. The amount, in case of bill of exchange, the amount may be payable on demand or after specified time. Like in case of check, after a specified time, once the time is over, by the time it will not be possible. But in case of bill of exchange, it will be possible. The check is not entitled to days of grace. In case of check, there is no grace period. In case of bill of exchange, it is entitled to 3 days grace period. In case of check, acceptance is not needed. In case of bill of exchange, must be accepted. A check can be crossed. Bill of exchange is not possible. You cannot cross the bill of exchange. For account pay, you can cross the check. Notice of dishonor is not necessary in case of check. Notice of dishonor, in case of check also notice of dishonor, it is necessary. But in case of both the cases, notice of dishonor is necessary. In case of check, not to be in case of check, not to be noted or protested in case of dishonor. Here, noted or protested to establish dishonor. These are the few difference between check and bill of exchange. Next, the important is next unit is company law. These are the small laws we have discussed, but most important is the Contract Act. Then next one is the important one is company law. In case of company law, you must have seen that recently 2013 company law has been amended after a long period of time. The Company Act, now it is called as Company Act 2013. The laws governing companies in India have been complied and contained in the Companies Act 2013. The new act consists of 470 sections. The salient features of company law, you can see, consists of 470 sections and spread over 29 chapters and 7 schedules. 188 sections of the preceding legislation Company Acts have been scrapped in the new act. Earlier, as per the 1956, many of the other things were there. 188 sections has been scrapped from the 1956, and latest in 2013, these 188 sections has been eliminated. The new company law adopts forward-looking approach, which empowers central government to frame rules and governing companies. This is a landmark legislation that introduces a high standard of corporate governance and make the spending of CSR mandatory. In this new act, Company Act, CSR and corporate governance is mandatory. Now you can see what is the concept in origin. The term company is derived from the Latin words cum, meaning with or together, and pains, meaning bread. So originally it referred to a group of persons who would take their meals together. Initially, how the concept has come. When the people join together, group of persons for taking meals. Like this, from that concept it has come. Here, group of people join together to make a business for earning some profit. In common parlance, however, a company refers to an assemblage of people who have come together for some specific purpose. There is a specific purpose for which they are assembling together. Companies are a useful device to do business, especially when the business has grown bigger. Then they will be effectively managed by few people and also require added financial support. Here, for forming a company, some people they join together and they collect this capital. They need financial support for running of a company. Now let us see the definition of company. As per section 220, a company means a company formed and registered under this act or under any previous act, company law. Here you can see company means a company formed and registered under this act. This act in the sense company law 2013 or any previous company law, like if it is registered under the previous, like company act 1956, that can be called as company. This is the definition of company. Students, please, I request you to please mute your system. A company is an association of many persons. Many persons join together who contributes money or money is worth. Who contribute money or value of money to a common stock and employing some trade or business, and who share the profit and loss arising therefrom. In company now, what is happening? A group of people, association of people join together. And what they do, they contribute money or money's worth to a common stock. That is the capital. And employees some trade or business. What their capital they are employed in? Some trade or business, and who share their profit and loss. This member, they share their profit and loss. The common stocks contributed in denoted in money and as the capital of the company. The stock which they are creating, that is the capital of the company. The person who contribute to it or whom to it pertains are the members. Who share the profit and loss, they are called as member. The proportion of which capital to which each member is entitled is called as share. The shares are always transferable, and the right to transfer is often more or less restricted. This is the definition of company which is given by Lord Justice Lindsay. The company is an association of people, group of people joined together. What for? To contribute money or money's worth to a common stock, which is called a capital of the company, and employs some trade, particular trade or business, and who share their profit, they are called as shareholders. And share is transferable, and sometimes it is more or less restricted. Similarly, a company is an artificial being. It is not. It is an artificial being, invisible, intangible, and existing only contemplation of the law. In the eye of law, it is a person. But whereas it is an artificial person who is not visible, which is intangible, to whom you cannot touch and see. You have to just say, you have to understand that this is the company. It is an artificial created by law and existing only in contemplation of the law. Being a mere creation of law, it possesses only the properties which the charter of its creation confers upon the either expressly or incidentally to its existence. This is definition given by Chief Justice Marshall. What he says, company is an artificial person. It is invisible, it is intangible in nature and existing only in the eye of law. It possesses only the properties. Company has its own property, which the charter of its creation confers upon it. Charter says that, like memorandum of association, it says that company has, this is the worth of money or capital, either expressly as incidental or its very existence. Either expressly or incidentally, the company is having the property. This is the definition given by Justice Marshall. Now you can see what are the characteristics of company. A company is this is a very repeated question. What do you understand by company and what are the different characteristics of company? So these are the various characteristics, like incorporated association. In company is an incorporated association. It is incorporated by the company law 2013 or any previous law which was prevalent by the time. It is called as incorporated association. It is incorporated by the law. It is an artificial person. Like a normal human being, it can be sued. It can sue and can be sued. Legal action can be taken. But whereas it is an artificial person. Company is an artificial person. Company has separate legal entity. Company is different. Separate legal entity in the sense, company, it has its own seal and its own name. Company is separate and its members are separate. It is a separate entity. In the name of company, you can sue. Company can sue to the any members also who are the defaulter. So there is a separate legal entity. Company's name is different, like so and so company, but members are different. So limited liability. Here, the members, as per the memorandum of association, the liability of the individual member, it is a limited liability. How much, whatever they are supposed to pay, as per their memorandum of association, they have to pay. That is the limited liability. Separate property. Company has got its own property in his own name. Members are different. Members are individual property are different. Members are different. Directors are different. But company's property in his own name. Whatever the property is there in the name of company, that is company's property. Transferability of share. In case of shares can be transferable. Perpetual existence. Company is perpetual existence in the sense company can continue. The members may come and go. Directors may come and go. Members may die, but company will remain. It is perpetual existence. Its existence will continue. Members may change anytime, but company will remain same. The common seal. The company has got its common seal in the name of company. The authorized signatories will be there, but company will be having its own name seal. Capacity to sue. Company can sue and can be sued also. These are the few characteristics of a company. Now, this is sometimes short question comes lifting of the corporate will. What do you understand by lifting of the corporate will? Corporate will means to lift the screen and to see what exactly it is going on inside the corporate or inside the company. So lifting the veil, once the veil is lifted, it will be seen what exactly it is going on inside. Sometimes what happens in case of a dishonest and fraudulent activities, it is necessary to see that the law lifts the corporate veil and identifies the person or members who are behind the scene and are responsible for the perpetuation of a fraud. If any fraud is there, fraudulent activities is going on, so law permits to lift the corporate veil to see what exactly going inside the company and who are the member defaulters. So legal action can be taken against them. That is called as lifting the corporate veil. When the corporate veil be lifted, the concept of lifting the corporate veil is changing concept. The veil of corporate personality, even though not lifted sometimes, is becoming more and more transparent in modern jurisprudence. Even though in the due to advancement of knowledge or jurisprudence legal provision, there are like corporate governance transparency there, due to which it is not necessary to lift the corporate veil every time. Due to transparency, it is known, because corporate government says that the activity which we are doing, company doing, it should be transparent. It should be in the knowledge of the members. So due to which there is a less chances. But however, when the situation arises, law permits them to lift the corporate veil and to see. What are the occasion we can say? The following are some such cases. For the protection of revenue. For the protection of revenue, sometimes some of the companies, what they do, they don't pay revenue to the government. In that case, they hide some of the profits. In that case, they evade the tax. They don't pay correct tax to the government. In that case, for the protection of revenue, the law permits to lift the corporate bill, see exactly whether right or wrong going on, and who are person behind that. When the company is acting as an agent of the shareholder, when the company acting as an agent of the shareholder on the behalf of shareholder, because here company is different, shareholders are different. Company is independent. They cannot act on behalf of the shareholders in the favor of shareholder. If something is being done, then in that case, the corporate veil is to be lifted and to be checked that what activities are going on. Whereas a company has been formed by certain person to avoid their own valid contractual obligation. Some fraudulent activity they have done to avoid their contractual obligation, what they are supposed to do to avoid that one, they do something in the company, or like they make like you can say form another company in the name of main company and subsidiary company. In the name of subsidiary company, they hide some of the profit from the main company and they divert money to the subsidiary company and they pay less amount of tax to the government. So in that case also, it is necessary to leave the corporate wealth. Where a company has been formed for some fraudulent purpose, if company is made, it is known to the members of the government that the company is made for some fraudulent activity. In that case, corporate wealth can be lifted. Where a company formed it against public interest or public policy, when the company work against the public policy or public interest, then in that case also, like for example, pollution, you have companies creating pollution to the society. Now there's to be corporate wealth is to be lifted. It has to be checked whether pollution control certificate has been allotted to them or not, or fraudulently they are doing the activity. All these things it has to be checked. Where the holding company hold 100% share and subsidiary company, and the latter is created only for the purpose of holding company. Subsidiary company just for evading tax, they have made subsidiary company, whereas all the shares are holding by the main company. So where the number of members falls below the statutory minimum, when the as per the company law, the minimum number, if they falls below that, then in that case, again the law will permit to lift the corporate bill and to find out what is the reason, or whether company is to be liquidated. When the prospects include fraudulent misrepresentation, any misrepresentation or fraudulent activities known to the public, in that case it can be go. For investigation of ownership of a company, if there is a conflict between the two parties, who is the actual owner of the company, in that also corporate lifting can be done. These are the different occasions when the corporate wealth can be lifted. I think now today time is already 4 o'clock. So next time we'll be discussing about the classification of the company. And I think today is the 5th class, only 3 classes are left over. I want to go a little bit faster so that other law we can cover up. So anything you want to ask or any clarification you need. Hello?
Thank you for contacting Cloud9. I'm Jennifer. How may I help you?
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
You had done it today.
Sir, if we want to make start our entrepreneurship or form a firm or company under MSME, so how does that go into it, or formation of a company under MSME, or and how does that partnership or ownership or formation of firm takes place? If you could just clarify
next
that.
class will be discussing about the how the company is to be company formation of a company is to be done.
2589.
Okay, so how the company, like during the formation of a company, somebody has to be proposing that one, then there has to be memorandum of association, article of association to be made, all the rules and regulations, all this, how to register for a company, that will be discussing in next class. Okay. But if the partnership act is different.
Okay, you have just done the scan. You have not taken an appointment. You have gone as the working
company law is different. And if you want to factory law is different.
Yeah, it will take some time, Ms. Urvashi. I'll do one thing. I'll directly arrange a call back for you from the scan department itself. They'll call back and coordinate with you regarding the report. Will that be fine?
Jennifer, please, will you mute your system, please?
I'll arrange the call back. You can wait for them to contact you. They will share the details of the report, when to come and collect, and what are the other things.
Yeah.
Thank you for contacting.
Sir, I couldn't hear my answer, sir.
Yes, tell me.
The answer you told got fully interrupted. If you could please start tomorrow with this thing, then it will be happy, sir.
Yeah, formation of a company will discuss how the company is to be start. Then what is memorandum of association, article, all this will be discussed. Today, just a brief discussion about the company we have discussed. Then I think will be incorporation of company.
And so also, how like going into a MSME through that, if you could also clarify.
That is small scale. That is different, but However, you have to register under Company Act. And MSME, there is some kind of relaxation is being given. In that will go detail, but MSME, it is not coming under this our the syllabus. So it will be, we can discuss separately. But as per
Okay, sir. After the syllabus is covered,
sorry.
like after the syllabus is covered, if you could just highlight some point or some areas in it.
Separately, like how in tendering process also, what are the different state government has different rules for them, and central government also there are some procedures. All these things we'll be discussing in separate class, or personally if you discuss with me, we'll talk. But in general, we have company law as per the syllabus we are going through. However, how the company is to be incorporated, we'll be discussing. So what is the memorandum of association, article of association, what are the objectives of the company, how to be created, all this we'll be discussing in next class. Okay?
Okay, sir. And sir, if I'd like to contact you personally, if I could have your email or contact number, sir.
Yeah, you can contact. I think at the end of this PPT, it is there. My contact number will be there. Otherwise, you can note it down. You can contact me.
Yes, sir, kindly please.
A chat box I will write. My email ID also.
Yes, sir.
So that you can contact.
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, MSM is a wonderful idea. Those who wanted to be entrepreneur, you can start your MSME or startup, and it would be a good idea.
Yes, sir. I'm aspiring for that only, sir. So that's why I have questions regarding that. So
Sure. We can discuss. We can discuss separately because it may not be suitable for all the students, because I am running little fast because we have to cover a lot of things.
yes, sir. I can.
And law, it should not be it has to be as it is. Whatever the law says, definition says, it has to be as it is. You cannot change any thing in this law part. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I hope next class, if any doubt is there, you can go through your study material also. Law contract, it's a very big one. You can go through. If any doubt is there, next time we can discuss. And otherwise, in detail we'll discuss company law tomorrow. Okay.
Sir, hello.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I am not able to register in student portal. Why it's not getting? It's showing invalid records.
You are not able to
register in student portal. It's showing invalid details in that, not found, like that. When we fill
the login there for the student login.
Yes.
Madam.
Okay, what you can do, you can note down one.
Sir, Nizam,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
One minute. Please send me your enrollment number, ma'am. I will check it.
Just a minute.
Write your enrollment number in chat box.
Sir, I will be telling my enrollment number. Can you please note down?
Tell me.
Yeah, tell.
2022
2022
395
395
202 202.
Yeah, invalid record is there. 1 minute.
But for me also it shows like that.
For you also same thing?
Sir, it's the same for me too, sir.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay. They will take care some technical there.
Can you tell me your mobile number?
My mobile number 828
828
99
99
569
569
00.
00.
Okay. After 10 minutes, you will check it. Your password is your mobile number. You will check it.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm facing the same problem when I'm trying to
Sir, hello?
Krupa session. You wait. Next.
Okay, I didn't get.
What about next student? Please tell me.
Sir, my name is Shivani.
1 minute. Shivani, you tell me your mobile number.
809.
Otherwise, your application number, you know, na? Form number.
Yes, sir. I know my application number, sir.
Form number, you tell me.
Yes, sir. It is 2022.
2022.
465.
465.
001.
001. Okay. Okay. After 10 minutes, you will check it. Your password is your mobile number. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, for me also.
Can I tell mine?
1 minute. Next. One by one, you tell me. I will. Next one.
Can I tell my mobile number?
2022.
Alexa.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your phone number.
2022.
2022.
495.
495.
044.
044. Okay. Next.
Sir, 2022.
Prasanna.
Yes, sir.
You tell me.
2022.
2022.
39. 5047.
5047. What about next?
222.
Shalini.
Sir, yes.
Tell me.
2022 375 023.
023. Okay. Next.
2022. So myself is Soumya.
1 minute. Logan.
Sir, mobile number is 733.
No. Already, what number you registered through that portal? That only I will activate.
Okay, sir.
2022.
2022.
37. 5034.
5034. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other?
Sir, 2022.
Shall I tell my number?
Logan. 1 minute.
Yes, enrollment number 2022 395 199.
199. Okay.
My
Next.
mobile number is 9.
Muruganandam, sir.
No. What you know, just in top of DD website, na student portal link is there, na?
Yeah.
That link you can use. Okay.
So we have to check after 10 minutes?
After 10 minutes, everybody will check it.
Sir, 2022.
1 minute. Next. Muruganandam, you tell me.
2022.
2022.
38.
1 minute. Tell me, Muruganandam.
2022 38 5080.
5080. Okay, next.
2022.
What's your name?
Bir Muhammad.
Muhammad, tell me. 2022
47 5009.
5009. Okay, next.
So my name is Kailash.
Kailash, you tell me.
2022.
Sir, once again, password is mobile number.
43
50
94.
94.
Sir, password or mobile number, right?
Password your mobile number. Okay, you can leave it.
Sir, I'm Bhuvaneshwaran. Can I say
Leave it.
Sir, Bhuvaneshwaran, can I tell?
Bonus. Tell me.
Yeah, 2022 385012.
5010.
12, sir. 5012.
12. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody leave the room. Okay.
Sir, this is Sanjeevi.
Hello?
This is Sanjeevi, sir. My enrollment number 2022 47 5047.
5047.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Hello?
Yes.
I'm Lilavdi. So my enrollment number is 2022
Tell me.
3953
Mm.
05.
05. Okay. Next.
Sir, Gautam,
Mm.
2022
Mm.
49
Mm.
5019.
Okay.
So Nitin 2022.
No. Everybody, no. You any problem na, then only you tell me. Otherwise, automatically first you click new registration, then you enter all the detail, then only automatically you will create your password and username and password.
Last
Then
time
simply you told no. Some student not problem na, then only you will inform me.
No, sir. Last time we try for that admission we log in. Na, that login is not working now.
Tell me.
202238 5061.
5061.
Yeah. Thank you.
Otherwise, no problem. If you have any problem, already email I will share this dashboard. Okay, DD help desk. That email you will send it. Other directed or DD email also is there. Just you share that. We will activate.
Hello.
That's all.
Hello.
Okay.